right. Good evening, everybody. Come in and find a seat for those of you just arriving. Thank you, everybody, for braving the torrential downpour that is happening outside. It seems like it's been almost 40 days and 40 nights. Somebody should build a boat. I want to thank you all for coming tonight, more importantly, because municipal elections, unlike any other level of politics, you really have an impact on what happens in your community. The decisions that you make at the ballot box affect your infrastructure, it affects the roads that we drive on, it affects our housing, it affects your garbage pickup, it affects the things that are near and dear to our hearts on a day-to-day basis. And unlike larger ridings, the people that are sitting on the stage today are our neighbors. They're people that you see in the grocery stores, you see them at their places of business, you interact with them on a day-to-day basis. Municipal politics is an amazing place to see what communities can do together. And so I want to thank all of the candidates that are here tonight on stage and our two mayoral candidates that are in the audience who will be up later on after the break. Thank you for having the conviction to come out and support your community. So let's give them a round of applause before we start. My name's Sarah Zimmerman. I am the Director of Communications and Public Relations at Northwest Community College. I'm also a self-confessed political junkie. I think this is probably my 8th, maybe 9th, all candidates forum that I've been involved in in some capacity, whether I've been moderating or sitting at the media panel. It's always an exciting night. It wouldn't happen if it didn't involve a whole bunch of people and organizations in our community. The Terrace Standard kind of takes the lead on organizing everything. They have for years, and it's great to see all of the media partners here as well, from CFNR, the Terrace Standard, and Bell Media. It's great to have 3 different perspectives and really fascinating questions coming from the media panel. We also have the Terrace Toastmasters that are sitting in the front here, and they are the people that will help keep us on track tonight. With this many candidates, it's easy for things to get out of hand if we don't stay very on time for each of the segments. We want to give everybody an equal opportunity for equal airtime, if you will. So the Terrace Toastmasters will keep us in time. When the candidates have 2 minutes to speak for the opening segment, they will see a green card. Marlene, do you want to hold up the green card for us? They'll see that big green card. At the 30-second mark, they'll see a yellow card. And that means they've got 30 seconds to complete their opening statement. When the red card goes up, they must stop talking. And if they don't, I will let them know that they must stop talking, right? Right, okay. Likewise for you, audience members, the Skeena Valley Rotary Club is here tonight, and they'll be circulating with pens and papers for you to write down questions if you want to have questions posed. You also have the opportunity to ask questions at the microphone here. I'm not sure if we'll have another one over here or not. And we ask you to keep your questions brief. This is not an opportunity for you to make a speech. There's other opportunities for that. We want to allow as many of you to have your questions heard and questions asked, so please keep your questions brief. If you do begin to ramble, I will also remind you that you must keep your questions brief. So please, everybody, keep that in mind. I'd also like to say thanks to the Terrace and District Chamber of Commerce. They've always helped with setup and getting everything in place for tonight. Northwest Community College as well. And we've got City West Channel 10 is here tonight. So this is being broadcast live on Channel 10. It's also being streamed live on their website at citywest.ca. So if you have people out of town who are wondering if they can watch, yes, they can live stream. It's also going to be rebroadcast next Wednesday, November 12th. So I'm not sure what time. I'll get that time for you by the end of the night. So the order of events tonight will go like this. We are going to start with the councillor segment for the forum. They will each have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. We're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Sean, and we'll come back the opposite way when they do their closing segment. After the opening segment for 2 minutes, there will be an opportunity for the media to pose questions. They'll pose one question per candidate. They won't ask all of the candidates a question, but at this point in time, the candidates do have the opportunity to use their rebuttal cards. Their rebuttal cards are in front of them. They're red cards, if one of you could hold them up for everybody to see. They have 4 of these cards, is that right? When they use a card, they must discard it on the ground. They have to just throw it away, get it away from them, because they don't get to use it again. They have 4 opportunities to rebut. Each of those rebuttals can be 1 minute. Again, our friends at the Toastmasters table will hold up a yellow card at the 30-second mark. When the red card goes up, they must stop mid-sentence. Okay. We're getting the message here, good. Okay, after that, there will be questions from the floor at the open mic right here, and closing statements of 1 minute and 30 seconds at the end of the session. We'll have a short break from 9 to 9:15, and then we'll do the mayoral segment, which will follow the same format as the councillor segment as well. There's also going to be questions from the floor that will be asked, and they'll be collected throughout the evening. So do we have some of our Skeena Valley Rotary Club people? Can you identify yourselves? So they will walk around with papers and pens. If you have questions, just give them a wave and they'll collect them from you. And without any further ado, we're going to start with the councillor segments, and we'll start with Sean Buitash.
Hi, building for the future. That is why I'm here today. My name is Sean Buitash, and I'm asking for your vote for City Council. Terrace has always been my home, and I feel fortunate to call it home. I'm a single father of a 16-year-old daughter, Alex. Some of you will know my parents, Bev and George Buitash, who have lived on the soccer field for 2.5 decades. Youth soccer has been a big part of my life, and I've followed in my parents' footsteps. I've coached soccer for 10 years. I've been the VP for 2. If you don't know me from the soccer field, you'll probably know me from the Chances, where I've been working for 17 years. I've been the assistant general manager there for 16, helping grow the business from a commercial bingo hall into the community gaming center it is today. Lending a hand and helping out is what I enjoy doing. In 2013, I became a Rotarian. I love that Rotary is a club that helps people. If it's donating to local charity, helping buy a new ultrasound machine with the R.E.M. Lee Foundation, or helping rid the world of polio, it has been a rewarding experience. From 2011 to 2013, I joined the Skeena PAC and was also the Skeena Middle School, part of the Skeena Middle School Transition Committee. I spent 10 months collecting recyclables from Chances so I could purchase anti-bully t-shirts for every student and faculty member. I have this great picture of 700 kids and teachers all in pink shirts. My desire to lend a hand and help out is what has driven me to run for City Council. Terrace is moving in a positive direction, and I want to be part of making it an even greater place to live. Thank you.
So you're welcome to come up to the podium for your opening statements if you'd like. If you're more comfortable from your seat, you're welcome to do that too. Our next candidate is Lynn Christensen.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Excuse me. It's time once again to pick a team that you want to represent your community. When I first went on council, it was in the days of mill closures and collapsing economy, and the council had to work so hard just to keep our heads above water. Now we are on the upturn, and many opportunities are coming our way. The job now is to have a council that makes the very best of these opportunities. That means guarding our air quality and environment and addressing social issues, housing, transportation systems locally and regionally. The revenue sharing program is probably the most issue as we go forward. We've worked hard to bring communities from Vanderhoof to Haida Gwaii together to stand firm for our share. It doesn't matter what stripe you wear, federally or provincially. In municipal politics, it's important to be nonpartisan and represent your community as a whole. We don't need people who are in bed with the government, and we don't need people who are adversarial. We need a team that is ready to work hard to negotiate for the best deal for our community and for our region. We need to be strong and stand firm to guard this beautiful land we live in. That doesn't mean saying no to industry. It means weighing the costs and benefits and taking control of just how we want to go forward. I'm ready for that challenge, and I'm excited about the possibilities and guarded about some of the threats to lifestyle. The big question a candidate should answer is, why are you running for council? There should be no place for power, ego, or self-interest. I love this community and my family and friends who make it what it is. 2 years ago, I experienced a health crisis, and that experience in the community, of the community coming together with such love and support, was truly amazing and unforgettable. I'm here to work for the best for this community. I want the best for this community. I want to give you my best. So on November 15th, please vote Lynn Christensen.
The next person is James Cordero.
What a difference 3 years makes. Terrace is back on track after more than a decade, and we're moving forward. And now we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to move ourselves beyond boom and bust and to create a stable, diversified economy. I want to continue working on council to improve our city, and I want my son and all our kids to be able to live, work, and stay in Terrace. I know we can do this because I've seen council do some really great things over the last 3 years. We brought in curbside recycling. We've diverted almost 100 tons of materials from our landfill, and we did all this without a tax increase. We led the province in opposition to Enbridge Northern Gateway. Afterwards, we saw local governments follow that lead, even the province adopting our rationale for their 5 conditions. I think most importantly, though, we've managed to realize Jack Tolster's dream of finding developers for the Skeena Industrial Development Park. That's going to bring thousands of good long-term paying jobs at our industrial park. It's going to help us to create a diversified industrial tax base that's not going to be dependent on one industry like forestry. And I commit to you to seeing those new industrial tax revenues used to improve our infrastructure, improve service delivery, and provide a long overdue reduction to both business and residential taxes. Terrace is and will continue to change, and I know there's concerns about how fast and how much that change is coming at us. But I know together that we can move forward and succeed. We can keep Terrace on the right track, rebuild our economy, welcome home our friends and our family who have left town, and together we can move beyond being just a service hub and become the capital of the new North. Thank you.
And Brian Downey.
Good evening. My name is Brian Downey. I've been a councillor in the city of Terrace for 9 years now. During that time, we've gone through the economic downturn, and now we're looking at a stronger day, a brighter future. From my experience, it's clear that Terrace is a resilient city. Our volunteers make up the heart of our community. Our business community is strong and driving, and that we live in a natural environment that will attract young people back to Terrace, assuming there are jobs here for them. Terrace is a small budget city, but we have with our services, we have a high tax, low tax base, high tax rates. Now we have the opportunity to bring services, jobs, and infrastructure to Terrace. These are opportunities that we haven't had before. I believe our challenge is how we manage the growth in Terrace. With growth comes pressures on housing, traffic, on our hospital, and government services. We want to maintain an attractive and livable city, and I think that's the role of council. We must be innovative. We must engage our neighbors in our province and work hard to ensure our future is strong. I'm excited by the opportunities and the challenges. I've shown I am dedicated to the work. Let's work together to achieve what I think is going to be a great few years here. And I ask for your support on November 15th.
Right down to the second. Dawn Dunster.
Good evening. I'm glad to see all of you out here tonight. I think we need to put Terrace first and Terrace for all. We must bear in mind that too many of our children, when they graduate from school, have to leave Terrace to get a proper job. I've had 3 of my daughters do that. And this isn't good enough. We're losing our educated, capable students to other lucky areas. So somehow we have to attract industry of some sort to Terrace, and we have one major roadblock to a lot of ideas we could have, and that is the CNR Railway. They will not pick up or drop off boxcars in Terrace for us to ship products out or receive products in. That is a real killer. We're back to the roads. And we've all got overpass problems here in Terrace, but we also have a big roadblock coming up at mile 29 west of here, where there's still one level crossing. And if that level crossing is there when they get up to their 12 or 6 or whatever trains per hour, they are going to have traffic blocked up to Rupert and to Terrace, and that has to be dealt with quickly so that that doesn't happen. In closing, I have great hopes for Terrace. I'm not as optimistic about LNG and government programs as other people are. I think they're ahead of themselves. I think it's 10 to 15 years before anything but wood fiber will go ahead. That won't benefit Terrace at all. So we have to look elsewhere, and we have to cooperate better with all the other government levels in this area. Thank you.
Thanks. Next up is Craig Lyons.
Thank you. It's great to see you all out this evening. To me, that means there's a passion in the community. But the passion does not have to stop here. The passion is growing together. It's called Get Involved. Not just tonight, but 360, 65 days of the year. Between all the different societies that are out here in Terrace that have wonderful things to offer, this city can grow. And what needs the largest help is the small businesses that are already here. This is what will make this city grow. We need to help all the businesses that are in town, whether if it's their own infrastructure, and make the town look itself. The rest will come itself. I'm not a long-time resident like a lot of my other colleagues are. I came from a small town of 9,100, 30,000 in the summertime because it was a touristy kind of town. But when I got here, I was welcome arms at the Skeena Diversity. From them, I was so passionate with them as they were with me. I'm now the vice chair of finance, and we're making things grow. There will be lots of people coming. There will be change. But everyone sitting here and everyone at home all has an opportunity to help with that change. Not everyone is going to like the change, but it will come slowly. And if it's done properly, it will be done correctly. I am here to help everyone with that change. Thank you.
Next, we have Jessica McCallum Miller.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Miller. I'm 21 years of age, and I've dreamt of running for council for about 5 years now. In all honesty, I'm an artist. I rent my home, and I work for minimum wage, as do a lot of young people here. Back in 2011, I noticed that a lot of kids that I went to school with at Parkside Secondary didn't have homes to go to, but still valued their right to an education. That year, my peers and I staged a 24-hour hunger strike to spread awareness of youth homelessness. I have and still experience the impacts of poverty, which can extensively affect young adults, especially those starting families. I'd like to change this by allowing subsidies to those struggling, furthering our social equity in Terrace through increase in counseling services, efficient low-income housing, and more opportunities for youths in our community to volunteer and learn more about the careers they aspire to pursue. And with the rise of development in what used to be a small town, I'd like to learn about possible environmental impact and proper environmental assessment and management. I would also like to work with First Nations tribes throughout the Northwest in developing a plan to protect our coast and consider utilizing alternative energies. Starting December, I will be the new director of electoral Area C of the Regional District of Kitimat-Stikine. Area C extends from North Terrace, Bronze Island, to Forsman Ridge, and all the way to the Douglas Channel. One of the most exciting projects I'll be overseeing is our new waste management facility located at Forsman Ridge. We plan on fully recycling materials, including organics, and to me, this means positive change. I've always pictured Terrace as a leading, innovative, and eco-friendly community in BC. Together, we can keep our coast beautiful for generations to come. Thank you.
And Alan McIntyre is next.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say thank you to all those involved in making this forum happen. These things, they take time to plan and execute, so again, thank you. My name is Alan McIntyre, born and raised here in Terrace. I've been witness to the changing face of our city, and I'm here tonight because it's time. Time to have a conversation about our values, our culture, and most importantly, our city. Terrace is on the cusp of some big changes in economy, workforce readiness, pressures on the environment, just to name a few. Along with these changes will come needs like housing and infrastructure, expansion of critical land bases, and keeping municipal services open and accessible to all. Our First Nations friends and neighbors are critical links for our great city. We need to support those ties. Those diverse cultures here in Terrace are a gift to us all. Terrace's voice also needs to be heard at the provincial and federal levels of government as pressures on infrastructure and the community begin to increase. Communities, neighborhoods, and service centers all have their rightful place in this city, and we need to make certain of those places and their value to us going forward. Pressures on community policing and mental health advocacy are growing, and we need to be able to respond to those needs in the downtown community. This all requires great planning and dialogue with all of you. Tonight, I, Alan McIntyre, want you to know that on November 15th, you can elect a planning councillor, a listening councillor, a councillor who will consider your values and your input and make the best possible decision. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And Lucy Prott.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you tonight. My name is Lucy Pratt, and I am running for the position of councillor. I've been a longtime resident of Terrace, and I'm an alumni of Northwest Community College and UNBC. For many of us, we first met when I owned and operated Outspoken Bike and Sport. It was here that I discovered not the love of bicycles, but the love of my community. Like so many of you who were impacted when industry left town, I was also impacted dramatically with the closing of Eurocan. Having to face losing my business, I had to come to terms with it was never what I was doing, but in who I was being that mattered the most. That the skills and knowledge I had acquired with your help could be transferred as I move forward. I have been blessed to be carried by a family who supported me and great mentors who stepped into my life and taught me that we can also be a great community that steps in and decides collectively to move ahead. After successfully challenging an MBA, I found myself working in industry a long ways away from bicycles. It was through this experience that I was able to better understand the need for communication, collaboration among industry, the community, and us as individuals. Through authentic and meaningful dialogue, ideas that are challenged and plans that we put into action, we have the ability to embrace days of opportunity and sustainable growth. I look forward to the privilege to work for you, to learn from you, and to lead with my colleagues at the municipal table. Thank you.
And Michael Prevost.
Good evening. My name is Michael Prevost, and I'm a registered nurse. I work in the community. I am proud of what our community has achieved over the years. We have been resilient, and we have done much with little. Now more than ever, we need to strengthen community action, build healthier public policy, and advocate for greater equity for all. Firsthand, I see the need to support proactive, comprehensive planning and investment across a range of physical and social infrastructure. We are often left having to react to the pressures associated with periods of boom, bust, and recovery. We continue to have to absorb the negative health, social, economic, and environmental results of these periods. We all see and experience the increased pressures on our existing infrastructure and access to services. Our council needs to reframe how we look at major resource development and economic development and discover how these projects can benefit our community, build capacity, and above all, diversify our existing economy. In order to build a healthier, more inclusive community, we need to recognize our strengths and engage one another to take action and identify the gaps in the resources that we access. We need to work together to develop age-friendly communities. Terrace City Council appointed me to the Housing Committee in June of 2014. Maintaining and diversifying our existing housing stock needs to continue and be a priority for our next council. Terrace councillors have to make the right decisions today. The choices our elected officials make right now will affect our community for decades to come. We need to ensure that our community is flexible, proactive, competitive, and most importantly, resilient. Thank you.
And Stacy Tyers.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Tyers. I stood here 3 years ago and asked you to do something different. I asked you to question the makeup of our council and look to vote for a more balanced voice and a better representative of our entire community. I stood here and said, we can be addressing economy, we can be addressing the social impacts, and we can be addressing the environmental impacts all at the same time. I am so proud of the work our council has done over the last 3 years. We have proven that you can diversify the economy. It isn't all about a final investment decision. We worked very hard to develop the Skene Industrial Park to ensure we have manufacturing long-term jobs so our kids can stay here and work. We created the Affordable Housing Fund. We negotiated city property to include affordable units. We have addressed the social impacts, recognizing that housing is also a barrier to economic growth. We have created the curbside recycling without an increase in taxes, as Councillor Cordero said, which is addressing our environment. And we were able to stand up and say the impacts and the risk to the Northern Gateway Pipeline is just too great for our community. We don't benefit. We don't create tax dollars. But we did look at, there is other resources being extracted in our area. There are other resources being transported around our community. And how can we best benefit from that? So we worked with our neighboring communities, our neighboring regional districts, and created the Northern Benefit Alliance, where we will be negotiating revenue sharing for our area to ensure that we have benefits and a legacy that leaves our communities better than we started. So I ask on November 15th that you consider making me one of your voices again, and thank you.
And our last candidate tonight is Brenda Wesley.
Good evening. I am Simshian, so basically standing in this room with you, I'm home. I've been in Terrace for the last 18 years. I'm a certified teacher and I have my master's degree in education. There are regional concerns and questions that need to be dealt with locally, especially when Terrace City councillors meet with the province regularly. A sustainable, responsible economy can be continuously brought forward at that level. I take a stand to protect and maintain the economy which has sustained the people of Terrace as well as the people of the Northwest. The Skeena is one of the last remaining large intact salmon ecosystems in the world. Skeena salmon and steelhead generate over $100 million per year in economic benefits. Tourism brings in $1.2 billion in the Northwest. Throughout BC, $13.2 billion. BC seafood exports to 62 different countries. In 2013, $90.3 million. Rebuilding local food and industry needs to take place. Increased exporting of our resources are ending up in the hands of unethical development and work practices from other countries. A true business person isn't going to take one part of their business and totally sabotage it to bring in a new line of inventory. The trend of oil and gas and mineral extraction taking over revenue sources of forestry, produce, fishery, and tourism is unacceptable and detrimental. The oil and gas industry have been subsidized for far too long. Green energy, known as the bundle, are forms of,
Very close. Thank you to everybody for your opening statements. Let's see here. So our next segment are the questions from the media panel. So these are pre-prepared questions that they will pose to one councillor at a time. The rebuttal cards are in effect. The time right now is 7:38, so we're about 8 minutes behind schedule, but I think we're doing not so bad given so many candidates tonight. So we'll start with the media panel.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome.
We will start with a question to Alan McIntyre. Alan, you've spoken about the need for trades training for young people so they can take advantage of industrial development. And that doesn't sound like a municipal responsibility. So what role do you see here for the city?
Can you hear me out there? Oh, there we go. I think the city could play a role in letting some activities in terms of trades training take place on city-owned property. We could even perhaps supply mentors through the Public Works if, if that deal could be arranged, and take on kids that, come through the ACIT program, and we take them out and show them hands-on how the trades work. So I think that, it'd be a small role, but I think the city could play a role, and not at very huge expense. So, thank you.
Thanks, Alan. So this next question is for Jessica McCallum Miller. Jessica, you've also been acclaimed to a seat on the Kitimat-Stikine Regional District, and now you wish a Terrace Council seat. Can you really serve two masters?
Oh, I've prepared for this. A lot of people may think that I'm too young to do this, to even handle the responsibility and workload that it takes for both to communicate and delegate in order to change our community. But during my short 21 years of life, I've experienced a lot of hard-hitting realities. And from that comes a lot of responsibility. From that, I've learned that wisdom does not come with age, and it comes with experience, and I can and will change things for this community.
This next question is for Stacy Tyers. Do you think the RCMP budget is sufficient enough to handle the growing traffic and social issues in the city? And given that the budget consumes so much of the city's overall budget, how would you increase police staffing without increasing taxes?
Do I think the budget is big enough? No, I don't think any RCMP budget is big enough. All communities are going to struggle with their growth, and as we actually hit a higher population, we're actually going to be looking at an increase in budget as well, because our percentage goes up that we have to pay. So hopefully with the development at the Skeena Industrial Park and the increased tax base that we've been busy trying to create, we will be able to address some of those growing concerns. The Revenue Benefit Alliance will also be part of what addresses some of those additional costs on infrastructure and social deficits that we face. So is it sufficient? It's sufficient for the budget that we have and the size of our community, but as we grow, we are definitely going to need to increase the budget and look at different ways to fund that. Thank you.
I just wanted to take a second to introduce our media panel. I didn't do that earlier. John Crawford is there on the right with Bell Media. Josh Massey's in the middle with the Terrace Standard, and Melissa Shaw is with CFNR.
Thank you. This question is for Michael Prevost. The current Keith Estates concept plan for the former Skeena Cellulose Mill site calls for mixed-use development. Now, given the industrial nature of that area, do you believe that this is really a wise use for that land?
The transition area from Keith Avenue, I think, is a very important point in this community. One of the things for me that stands out is that we have been given clear direction with our official community plan that we would like to move this land from heavy industrial and change zoning in that area. We have a large area in central part of the town that has real opportunity to showcase what our community would like to look like in terms of vision. I've been participating in the planning of this as a community citizen since June, and I continue to be a part of it. I believe we have options to supply and support varying interests in terms of business, community, and offering higher density housing options towards the east end of the property. We need environmental certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
This next question is for Brenda Wesley. Brenda, you're skeptical of plans by large companies such as those wishing to build liquefied natural gas plants in the region. If elected, how would you promote Terrace as a city that's open for business?
I would promote Terrace as a city as open for business with regards to what we have built on already, which are resources that I had mentioned in my opening statement. I had meant to carry on to talk about green energy known as the bundle, as forms of wave, solar, river, and wind power, which should be subsidized just as well as any other company and used to create employment while caring for our home planet at the same time. We are in dire straits with regards to the care of our planet with emissions. Thank you.
This next question is for Lucy Prott. You have worked for and continue to work for large industrial concerns. Would you feel comfortable sitting on a city council that has declared Terrace in opposition to the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline?
Thank you for the question. I would feel comfortable, and in fact, I'm probably the most experienced candidate here that knows the inside track of what happens in Northern Gateway Pipeline. I've had the experience to work for major projects. I worked there, first of all, because my life was greatly impacted by losing my business and losing my home and really needing to have a job. The second reason why I chose to work for industry is because I wanted to be a conduit of communication for my community and to also learn how to carry the voice of the community to the boardroom, and I had the privilege to do that. In doing so, I was able to understand not only from Northern Gateway's perspective, but also from LNG, so talking to Shell or TransCanada or Spectra Energy, and the benefits that will come to our community.
Sarah, just before I ask the next question, I'm noticing that some of the questions are coming up here not addressed to any specific candidate.
Then you can choose a candidate to pose that
one.
question to. Yeah.
All righty. This question then for Brian Downey, and these are the prepared questions. Brian, how do you propose to encourage more timely construction of low-cost housing, and how would you integrate the business community in the planning for this kind of housing?
Thank you, John. We recognize on council that affordable housing pressures generally, but affordable housing is really a critical state. So our tact with the city has been to create an affordable housing policy, a fund. We know that those are organizations that are building affordable housing or that would build affordable housing are in the province or the nonprofit. Being partners, I think, would be useful for us to help establish more affordable housing projects.
And we have a rebuttal from Stacy. Look at that, right on the floor. Perfect.
I just wanted to add to that. Council has been working really hard with the Affordable Housing Fund. We've negotiated affordable units. We still retain some land that can be used for partnerships if low-income projects come available. We have advocated endlessly with the province and the federal governments to step up and do their part as well. And it is something we need to keep addressing and we need to keep working really hard for. And it may be necessary that we purchase additional land that we have available. And that's something the next council will seriously need to talk about. Thank you.
Next up is a question for Sean Buitash. Sean, the old co-op property has become an albatross around the city's neck. Although there is the possibility of selling some of the land by separating out the contaminated areas, is this a viable plan that will recoup the city's original $1 million purchase price of the land?
I think it's very clear that it was a mistake to purchase the co-op property, and we've lost out on so much tax revenue over the years because of it. But in the end of the day, that property needs to move forward. We need to sell that property, and yes, and if it comes at a cost, it needs to go. It needs to be developed.
The This next question for Lynn Christensen. The Sandy Overpass is under increasing traffic pressure. How do you propose to address the city's infrastructure deficit?
The overpass is a serious problem for our community. It's something that we've been working quite hard on for a long time. We have sort of immediate problems and we have long-term problems there. With the overpass, our big problem is getting CN to come to the table. Quite honestly, that's where our big holdup is. But it's an ongoing thing that we are still working on, and we still keep trying to look at a second overpass. In the meantime, we do have to look at possibilities of doing something different with our current overpass that could correct some of our traffic system. That will take some engineering, but there are possibilities there, and I think that's something we have to do in the immediate time and look at the overpass still in the future.
And a rebuttal card from Lucy. So right on the ground there.
So I just wanted to mention, I think it's important to note that the province of British Columbia is undergoing a current 10-year transportation study at this time. There is a survey available online, so if people have concerns about the overpass, they can certainly submit those concerns to the province. And they're being taken into consideration right now due to increased traffic with LNG and with mining. So certainly it's not only a municipal issue, but it's something that candidates and councillors can carry to the table at the province as well.
We have two rebuttals. First, Brian Downey, and then Sean Boytash.
Transportation is a significant pressure that we're facing now and will continue to face in the future. The Sandy Overpass, talking to the province, the council has been talking to the province recently, and Ministry of Transportation have acknowledged that Sandy Overpass is a obstacle and needs to be looked at. The bigger picture is to figure out our transportation plan for the city. We have issues that come to council on the bench, on Keith Avenue, West Keith, East Keith. We need to figure out in the long term how transportation is going to move around the city so that it's most efficient.
Sean, and then Brenda.
The overpass has been a topic for years and years and years, probably since I was a child. And one of the things that we really need to make sure that we do as our economy grows and our town grows is we need to plan for the future. The Minister of Transportation was here 2 weeks ago and he was talking about changing the Sandy Overpass and making flow through better there. That's great. But as the community grows, we still need to have a plan in place for a second overpass. I'm not saying that we're going to pay for it, but we need to have a plan in place, have property in place, because if we don't have property in place, then all of a sudden we need an overpass, we're going to be expropriating. So let's get a plan, get the property in place, so when it's needed, it'll be built.
Brenda, go ahead.
I think that having the LNG hooked on to the fact that our roads and our highways need to be worked on, especially with the influx of big industry, is pretty huge. I think that, as Sean said, we should have had a plan a while back there that would have accommodated this influx so that we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. Thank you.
And Stacy?
Part of the importance of combining experienced councillors with new councillors is making sure that some of the direction is still there. City staff have been working on this. Their goal for 2015 is less capital, more planning, and really addressing transportation, parks plans, sewer plans, growth plans, recreation, all of those things. And it's important that some of that direction stays there to make sure that we are planning for those things. The Keith Avenue corridor is something that the city was planning. The province has come to the table to look at their portion of Keith Avenue corridor and the Sandy overpass. It's perfect timing that we can be working together to make sure that both sides of the road match. So again, the importance of keeping some experience and some new is really in making sure that some of those plans move forward in the direction that they were already going. Thank you.
Next question from the media panel.
All right, this question is for James Cordero. There's a lot of talk about the city's overstretched services as the population begins to ramp up. Now, how can the city increase services without raising taxes until such time as a sufficient tax base is established?
Well, thanks for the question. I think it's important to realize that our tax base is expanding. It's certainly going to be developing as the industrial park builds out. And it's important to recognize that the way that that development is happening is it will be staggered so that all those impacts will not be happening all at once. And we should be able to manage that. The other key part of it is, again, the Revenue Benefit Alliance that we've been working on, which is a group of the 26 local governments across the Northwest to ensure that the projects that have already begun that are stretching our services, that we are getting an equitable share of the provincial revenue from that to help to maintain and improve our infrastructure and the services that we need.
Brenda? And just put that right on the ground. Perfect.
I would just like to speak about the concerns in this regard. There are oil and gas and mineral companies working around us and not being accountable as they should be with regards to participating in paying for taxes and helping out with the infrastructure here in Terrace. And I fully agree with the Alliance, but I feel like the people of Terrace are paying for this right now, and I feel like this needs to get moved on ASAP because the taxpayers are paying for this. Thank you.
And a rebuttal card from Lucy.
So one of the ways that oil and gas companies engage the City of Terrace is through the BC Environmental Assessment process. So if you go online and you look up BC Environmental Assessment process, there is a mandatory 180-day period where these companies have to engage the community. There's open dialogue, there's online dialogue, there's also working groups. Brenda's made some really great points in that although we have this alliance, this revenue sharing alliance, we actually have no revenue to share. And so it's important that companies do go forward and make a final investment decision so that there is a tax base to help our social services. Thank you.
Michael? Put your rebuttal card on there. Thanks, Stacy. Experience.
Anyways, just to add to that as well, one of the things that's really important to recognize is that the proponents for a lot of these resource projects are actually working with council already. For instance, in Kitimat, LNG Canada has been working directly in regards to the housing plans and housing needs assessments for that city of Kitimat, and I think that's an opportunity that we have with our council here in Terrace. LNG Canada has already approached council and have been working very hard to speak with council to find out how they can support our growth and development and meet the needs around housing and social services in our community.
Brenda, your third rebuttal card.
Yes, and with LNG comes acid rain. With LNG comes major gas emissions and many other concerns that are going to affect the community in a medical way. and that will affect the air, the water, and our pristine forests. So we need to think about what are we relying on, and what are we using to actually pay the bill when the very product that we're relying on can contribute to the problem.
And your next question from the media panel?
Dawn Dunster. What's your vision for the future of Terrace and Thornhill? Does Terrace need to develop a plan for Greater Terrace with the regional district, or is amalgamation an option to be pursued?
Forget amalgamation with Thornhill, but move to the north. In other regional district property and provincial property.
And Alan, a rebuttal card?
You know, on the topic of Thornhill, we're neighbors, we're good neighbors, and the way to continue that is to respect the decisions that Thornhill makes inside of its own fence. That said, there needs to be a lot of dialogue with respect to what happens in Thornhill should they incorporate, you know, issues around land use and zoning and tax rates, the Skeena Industrial Park, and connections through Thornhill's water and sewer systems. And, you know, a good place to start would be the regional spread of monies derived from resource benefits agreements that could see, you know, for example, Thornhill and Terrace split costs on a new pool. So, you know, there's some good things to having dialogue with Thornhill.
Sean Boytash.
The discussion between Thornhill and Terrace amalgamating or incorporating has been going on for a while. There's been votes, and Thornhill has turned it down every time. We're not in charge of what Thornhill chooses to do. But I also think it is very important that we educate both Thornhill and Terrace. And I think that we need to look into getting a feasibility study done to see what makes more sense, if it's incorporation or amalgamation, and then both parties can make an educated decision on what they want to do. The vote has come in, and it's been, the last time it was 58% to 42%. As much as people say it's not close, it was close. And status quo is coming off the table. Thornhill is going to have to make a choice one way or the other, and you might see a much different vote in Thornhill if those are the two options instead of status quo.
Stacy, then Lynn.
Thornhill doesn't have to make a decision one way or the other. Thornhill has put forward their motion. Their director, who was acclaimed, put forward a motion to incorporate. That is their democratic process. They will vote on that, and they can stay status quo if they want. It's just not something that they're looking to do. And so they are looking at incorporation so that they can have their own mayor and council who determine what's best for their community. It's important that we recognize the City of Terrace has a $45 million infrastructure deficit already. If the people of Thornhill are paying the same taxes as the people of Terrace, they will have an expectation of the same services, as they should. I'm not prepared at this point to take on Thornhill's infrastructure deficit on top of ours and provide them with sewer, sidewalks. No offense, Thornhill, but they have a right to make their own decisions, and we have no business telling them what they need to do.
Lynn.
I think there's pros and cons to amalgamation, but there's no sense going down this road when Thornhill has said no, as already stated. They've said no twice, and in fact, they've said no a third time with supporting Ted Ramsey for incorporation. I think it's just ridiculous that we think we can do this sort of one-sided. No is no. But what we can do is, we'll just throw a little bit of history out there from the time that George Little walked up the Kitimat Channel and met Eliza Thornhill. They looked out for each other. She was host to him, showed him where the safe place was to cross the river, and they were good neighbors across the river. And that's what we should be ever after. And there's many partnerships and projects that we'll be working on, and revenue sharing is a big one. And there has to be a level of trust and working together, not some kind of aggressive takeover or something.
So this last question is for Craig Lyons. Renovictions are becoming more commonplace, and that's affecting lower-income people. What can the city do to stop people from losing their accommodation while landlords seek to increase their rents?
Obviously, on something like that, it's almost sometimes a case-by-case scenario. But also in lower incomes, there has to be some kind of rent control. And there has to be some agreement, again, before when they go into a landlord, as far as being placed. And whether someone says, well, I'm going to sell it, or I have to renovate, you have to leave. I think more than 30 days is needed. It should almost be anywhere, at least a minimum of 6 months. We can't put people on the streets, of course. We don't have proper housing available in order to place these people. And it's something that the city should try and enforce by a bylaw. Thank you.
We have a rebuttal from Alan, then from Brenda, then from Lucy.
Thanks. Affordable housing was given a shot in the arm with this $500,000 housing fund set up to work with developers and landowners and the city. And, you know, I don't know that rent control is going to, you know, alleviate the situation to the extent that you might think. But certainly, you know, that might be something we look at, but more importantly, let's look at supply versus demand, and if we can get more units built in the right areas, then that too will bring down costs, and you know, that'll be a good deal for families. Thanks.
So Brenda, you're next.
I'm concerned with this terrible thing that's happening to people here in Terrace. And again, Terrace has the label with all of this big industry around us that this is the place to be. And many people are moving here, and the prices for houses are equal to that, I'm hearing, to Vancouver. And that seriously is not right, and I look to the Alliance again to question what is the big industry's part going to be in helping people in this tragedy in their life. Thank you.
So Lucy, and then Craig.
So one of the ways that city councillors can be engaged, not sure if this is on, in making sure that rental prices don't get out of hand is negotiating with industry that's coming to town to make sure that a living out allowance is not paid and that workers are actually placed in camps, and making sure that we have the right camps in place to house workers and the right infrastructure. The last thing that we want to do is we want to increase our housing to a level where the construction cycle is done and we have vacant lots and people lose their property values.
Craig? Excellent, then you saved a rebuttal card. So that draws to a conclusion oh, sorry, Michael, you have it on the floor already. I didn't mean to miss you. Michael, go ahead.
So there are a couple of things our municipality can do. We can look at developing inclusionary zoning. This requires developers to create some type of affordable housing as a condition of rezoning development. Other things we can do is we can look at demolition and replacement policies, having a one-to-one, with the expectation that we don't lose any of our existing rental stock. I've been participating in the BC Housing webinar series over the past few months, and one of the things that really came out was that the most affordable housing stock is a housing stock that's already there. We need to be looking at ensuring that our developers have an opportunity to work on what they need to do. We need to look at providing density bonusing, reducing requirements and permit fees for development, as well as having these processes go through continuously and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Great. So that draws this section to a close. The next segment is the questions from the floor. There's just the one mic. It's over here. There's also the folks from the Skeena Valley Rotary Club that are still collecting questions. Now, the rules for this part are that you may not make a speech. You may ask a question. You must ask that question to one candidate only. If you don't pose it to just one candidate, we will select a candidate for you to answer that question. You have 1 minute or 30 seconds to pose your question. Try to keep it short. And the answers will be 1 minute. Rebuttal cards are in effect. And the media panel will be reading the written questions intermixed with the questions from the microphone. Make sense? Okay, our first question. And please identify yourself for the panel and for our peers in the audience.
Excuse me, thank you. Al Lehman. I'm a trustee for the board of the public library, and I've been asked to ask a question on behalf of the library or on behalf of the board. I think most of the candidates, if not all, and I hope all of you have received the package from the library. The question is, and I'll make it to James, if you don't mind, James. As a key community space, the Terrace Public Library facilitates cultural, personal, and intellectual enrichment. If elected, how would you support this vital resource in our community?
Well, thanks for your question. I was a member of the library board before serving on council, and I'm always supportive of the library. I think it's important it's an equitable place that does not discriminate on your financial situation, your location. I believe that we continue to fund the library. I think that we have encouraged the library to do funding as well, and we appreciate that. Sorry, is that close enough to your? Is that what you're looking for? I'm sorry.
Well, speaking for the board, we're always open to a small increase in funding as inflation goes up.
Okay.
and we have a record of supporting that.
No rebuttal cards for the questioners. Thank you, James. Our next question. Greer?
Hi, Greer Kaiser. I teach across the puddle at Caledonia. My question is for Jessica. I'm curious, we learned this morning, good to see you again, we learned this morning that 1 out of 3 Terrace residents, eligible voters, vote. As a 21-year-old counselor, what are you going to do to change voter apathy, especially among your age group?
That's a great question, thank you. What I am doing actually is canvassing a lot of people my age and getting them interested and letting them know of their rights. And surprisingly, a lot of young people don't know about their rights, and that's one of the most interesting topics that comes up from it. And from what I can see, more people are becoming interested because this does affect them.
Next question, and if you can identify yourself for us as well.
Good evening, candidates. My name is Kyle Ross. I'm a local here in Terrace. My question for you, to all candidates, is a simple one. I'm just wondering about where you're receiving funding and donations for your campaign. I know it's not a question that you have to answer. I'm just wondering right now.
Kyle, you need to pick one candidate to ask that question of.
Okay. Then I pick Sean.
I've received funding from a few personal friends, a few businesses in town, all local. I have not received any funding from my own business that I work for, but yes, that's where I've received my funding. I don't have a list of names, but I could get that for you.
Perfect, thank you.
And a rebuttal from Lynn.
I could answer that question. This is my 6th campaign, and I think in every campaign I spend about $200. I have for this campaign probably will spend about the same amount. My donations are small amounts that are just small anonymous amounts that amount to about $80 so far. I really believe that that campaigns should be capped and there should be a level playing field. I want people to vote for me because they know me, they trust me, they have faith in me, not because they have the biggest sign. And I think it would be fair to have a level playing field.
And Ellen.
Yeah, my signs clearly aren't as big as Sean's, but I'll answer your question too. I'm probably sitting around $1,500, and most of it's self-funded. Maybe a couple $100 from local business and family. So, we're all honest up here in that way. Thank you.
Jessica.
I'd also like to answer that. I actually received $500 as a donation from my grandmother. My grandfather had passed away, and he always believed in me. So I thought, what better way to do this than to follow my dreams and make him proud. So that's what I did with the money.
James. This is fun. I'm just going to wait him out. Good question,
So I
Kyle.
spent, I think, $300 on new signs. I'm reusing my old ones. I don't actually solicit donations. However, if people do want to give them to me, my wife says I have to say yes. But to date, I think I might have $100 in donations from a fundraiser we did that were in $20 increments.
Anyone else? Some people have used up all their rebuttal cards already. Okay. Next question from the media panel, I guess. This is a written question from the floor, right?
Yeah, this was, well, we're kind of going in order just as they came up to us. So this was the first one we got. Actually, it's the second because the first one was asked already. And this one is for Brian Downey. And the questioner asks, science has shown that the Petronas Lelu Island project would have a major negative impact to salmon. Would you stand up and protect Skeena wild salmon?
Interesting question, John. As you are probably aware, Council, and myself specifically, has been involved with a number of environmental assessments. Lelu Island has not been one of them. So from that perspective, I can only get information from as reported. But the question is one that comes up in environmental assessments of what the impacts are and what the mitigation is possible. I understood recently that Petronas have developed alternate strategies, expensive alternate strategies, to do just exactly what you've asked to protect the rearing area of Skeena River salmon. So that's about as far as I can answer your question on that.
This question is going to go to Craig Lyons. I am a student, and I find it very hard to find housing that should reflect what a full-time student can afford. Seeing as most renters are having rates that are close to that of a camp worker, what do you think needs to be done?
Getting all the housing issues. Well, again, with the fund that's coming through with the in the city for housing, again, if it's a student where they could be subsidized, again, through the special funding through housing with the extra money that's coming through. I'm sure there's different values. If it's $500,000, I think they put into the fund. Councillors, would I be correct on that? Yes. So there's $500,000 of that extra from the land sale that's going into funding. And I think part of that would be a great project, especially if it's someone from Terrace, surrounding area, that is schooling, rather at UNBC or Northwest College, where they could be actually subsidized because they're going to school here and staying here, and hopefully in the end staying here after they graduate, where the city could step in and actually help in the subsidization with that extra funds that have come through.
Thanks, Craig.
And the next question.
And a rebuttal from Lynn, or sorry, not Lynn, James, and one from Brian as well.
So I think specifically to students, one of the things that we've done is allowed secondary suites in all zonings, or all residential zonings, and we are seeing a large number of developments on the bench. There's actually one that's going on in my backyard. It's going to be, I believe it's 30 homes being constructed there on Mountain Vista. My understanding from talking to Public Works is a lot of the developments are including those secondary suites, which, especially up on the bench, which is close to NWCC, will help with that. Also, our sale of the property to Coast Holdings, which required them to put in affordable units. There's 22 out of 105 units. And I also think that we need to look at expanding the sewage containment on the bench so that there's more available land for development.
Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
So one of the things that really catches me is that in terms of 1 in 4 Canadians spend more than 30% of their income on shelter. The British Columbia Nonprofit Housing Association adds that 1 in 4 renters are spending more than 50% of their before tax income. We have done a housing needs assessment, and Terrace is in the process of developing a housing action plan. For me, one of the things that I see as being very important is recognizing that youth in transition do not have the income for what they need. We really need to be looking at developing niche market housing for the younger and older adults. One of the things we could be looking at doing is developing micro-lofts. We could look at trading space for place because people are okay with that. The NCP for the Keith Avenue industrial area is one such area where high-density housing is an option.
Thanks. And the question from your floor, introduce yourself to us, please. Oh, sorry. Rebuttal, sorry, Brian, and then a question from the floor.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, it's recognized that housing is critical. It's in a crisis, and so some of the things that have happened or that are occurring right now, and by the end of 2015, we will see, I think it's about 190 new apartments, townhouses, and single-family residences. That should help. Both the university and the college have established housing registries, and they are anxiously looking for accommodation for their students. We hear that students have not been able to complete because of rents, and we think that there's something that we can do to work with the university, whether it's support or not.
Thanks, Brian. Good timing. Any other rebuttals? No? To the floor. Sorry about that.
No problem. My name is Andre Carroll, and I would like to give an opportunity to those who didn't have a chance to respond on the funding of their campaign. So my question would be to Lucy, what was your source of funding and how much are you spending on this election? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a number of local funders, from individuals to small businesses. Just so everybody knows, each of us that are here have to file a financial report after the election. All of that information is made public, so you'll see exactly what was donated and how much was donated and where it was spent. One of the things is that for a lot of us, funding is still coming in, and we're still figuring out that budget. Thank you.
Craig.
So, Enrique, just to finish everything off, I guess, because I'd probably be the last one to answer this, mine is probably up to about $710, and that's strictly right out of my bank account, and Mr. Visa and Mr. MasterCard. Furthermore, I'd rather talk to the businesses and talk to the people than actually ask them for money. I want them to know who I am and let them know what I can do.
Thank you. Any other rebuttal cards there? Okay, Dawn.
I'm having no signs, no ads in the newspaper. I have nobody working on a campaign for me. It's strictly me. And I won't be knocking on your door, and I won't be phoning you for votes. Your home is your castle, and I'm not going to invade it for me.
Brian.
Just to complete the panel here so I don't feel left out, I really can't give you an estimate of the total cost of the campaign. Obviously, we're still spending and we're still moving forward. I do have unsolicited donations, and again, I really can't give you a good answer there. We do, as was talked about earlier, we do report as part of our obligation under the Elections Act, and we will, it'll be completely obvious at that point.
There's nobody standing at the microphone. This is a new one. Do we have another question, media panel?
Yes, this question will go for Don Dunster. Terrace is at the center of an economic boom. The Aboriginal community comprises 40% of Terrace. If elected, what would you do to ensure the urban Aboriginal community will participate in the economic boom?
Like anybody else, they'll have to compete on their education, training, etc. Can't do anything to help them beyond that. The companies coming in here are looking for people that are able to do a job for which they're hired. That's not up to the City of Terrace's council to do that.
And, a rebuttal card from Lucy.
I think it's really important to respect that we're on Tsimshian territory tonight as represented by the communities of Kitsum, Kalem, and Kitsalis. I think it's important to understand that at one point most of us were foreign workers and that many of our First Nations were here first. For a lot of us, whether we're First Nations or not First Nations, we've all faced barriers to employment. I myself was also faced with barriers financially and through management of time, and I was fortunate to have my family step in and help me. We also need to be the community that collaborates as a council collectively with other councils, be it with Kitsilus or Kitsim-Kalem, with the Nishka or with the Haisla, with the Tahltan, or many of the First Nations that are represented in our community, not only on reserve, but also through urban programs like Kermode Friendship. So it's important that we understand what those resources are in Terrace. We reach out to them and we work together to break down those barriers. Thank you.
So we'll take one last question from the floor. That'll bring us to 8:30, and we'll give the candidates an opportunity to give us their closing remarks, and then there will be a short break before the mayoral section.
Okay, good evening. My name's Sean Stewart. Actually had a question that was a concern for my son. In regards to youth in Terrace, what ideas do you have for youth to be more involved and participate in their own community when currently there are a lot of youth who are couch surfing and cannot join or afford organizations? Maybe the question can be directed towards some more seasoned counselors.
So you can choose from Stacy, you can choose from Brian, Lynn,
Brian.
James, Brian. You are the winner.
Perfect. First of all, one of the points I made earlier was that in the new economic opportunity we have, providing services and programs for youth has to be a priority. Whether it's our leisure services or whether it's opportunities for youth center as an example, or other professional help. I think that the city can do some good work with the province, particularly, and with nonprofit organizations to help identify and address the youth issues.
Okay, we have Alan, and then Stacy, I thought you had used all four, no? You have one left, and then Sean. Alan.
I'm not a seasoned counselor, but I'm going to try and answer your question. I'm an applied skills instructor at Veritas School. We just plunked a brand new workshop modular in front of the gym. One of the things that I'm going to be working on is actually opening up a drop-in type scenario where kids like your son can come in and get his hands on some wood and some tools and learn how to do things safely and get some hands-on with the wood, right? So that I can tell you as an individual, so thanks.
Great. Stacy.
We had an excellent debate this morning with the high school students. I have a 19-year-old daughter who's had to move home because it's frankly too expensive for her to be living out, trying to go to school, trying to work minimum wage. Part of what we can do for young people is actually encourage them to come and tell us what they want. So we can sit up here and tell them over and over what they need or what they should have. I mentioned earlier today, I have a Facebook page. I encourage every young person to tell me what they'd like to see here, because the most important thing is that they're leading it and that they're making those decisions and that they're telling us what they need so that we don't get off track.
Sean, and then Jessica.
It's been said over and over and over again, our youth are our future, and we have to make this city welcoming for them and have places for them to go. A lot of our amenities for the children, things like our pool, are aging. We need to have plans for the future for these amenities. As our economy grows and money starts to come in, we need to start looking at these things. Have projects ready so when grants are available, we can capitalize on them. I was in Quesnel 5 months ago, and obviously I'm a soccer person. I was looking at their indoor soccer park, and I thought, how do you afford this park? How? It's nicer than anything around, PG, Kamloops, Kelowna, everything. Government grant paid for 66% of that. We are missing the boat, and we need to capitalize on these grants and find them.
Jessica.
I think the problem is kids turn to drugs and alcohol because they're bored. And the thing is, we definitely need more social programming for youths. They're so bored. They want a new skate park. They want an arcade. They want a 24-hour youth center because they don't want to be out in the rain. I'm a young person myself, and I get bored. I just sit at home and paint all day. But I really think that we need to encourage these things. I think we need to increase the social programming for youths and actually have youth forums to hear from them what they want.
Lynn Christensen.
I think that just facilities and programs aren't the whole answer, unless it's youth-driven. It has to be something that the youth are participating in. I know there are youth, and from our forum this morning, it was very interesting talking to some of the youth afterwards. I know these youth want to be involved and are very capable of being involved, and they just need to make the connection. There's a lot of things already out there. There's hiking clubs and art groups and music groups and a lot of different things that they could become involved in. We just have to help make those connections. Last term, we established the Youth Council, and it's a small group, and I think there's a lot of things that they could be doing. I would like to see something patterned after the group that they have in Smithers that sort of does a mirror council meeting with their youth group to see what their outcomes are on the issues that the council looks at. And I think it's very interesting, a very good way to get kids, youth involved in our community. And yeah, it has to be youth-driven, and I think it's there, and we just have to connect it.
Michael.
I used it correctly this time.
You did.
See?
Well done.
Anyways, I think one of the other things to talk about with everything that's happening in the community in terms of the pressures on housing, on business, on students. Our talk this morning, I spoke with a university student that is couch surfing, and she's been couch surfing for months. Homelessness is an issue in this community that is multifaceted and needs to be addressed. I've heard from many people in this community, from businesses, from council members, from concerned community citizens, that this is something that we need to talk about. I was really saddened at the last meeting that I participated in, where everyone looked to the RCMP for the solution. And I do not think that it needs to be one organization and one group that looks at it. It needs to be the community in whole. We need to be looking at ways that we can help to move this forward so that we don't have to deal with homelessness in this community. Thank you.
All right. We are going to proceed with the closing remarks. Each candidate has 1 minute and 30 seconds for the closing remarks. We're going to start with Brenda Wesley at the end of the table and move our way down. Brenda.
There's been a lot of talk about the care of our youth and their future. I think about recreation and the beauty around us, the clean air, the clean water, and the clean, pristine forests. And I think about a plan for their future that includes all of this. And I ask you to vote for Brenda Wesley for City Council, because I have a lot of plans for their future. Thank you.
City Council is not working. The microphone. There we go. City Council is a lot of hard work. It is a huge commitment. I have some concerns about how few meetings some people have attended, not recognizing whether they know how much of a commitment it is. I am committed to this role. I have loved every minute of it, even the trying and difficult decisions that we have to make, and we have more difficult decisions ahead of us. I want to continue working on growing the airport. I want to continue working on addressing the infrastructure, the sidewalks, the roads, things that aren't pretty and not fun to talk about, but have to get done. I want to continue addressing the social impacts. What are our environmental risks of these decisions? But most importantly, I just really love this city and want to do whatever I can to make it a better place. So vote for me on November 15th. Thank you.
So we've spoken about many issues facing our community at this time. We have a lot to look at. 2050 Terrace Vision is one of the things that we really need to spend the time in terms of developing plans for our community for the future. Voters need to make some difficult decisions at the poll. The task is on you to select the composition of your next mayor and council who will represent your interests in the next 4 years. I want you all to think very carefully about the skills, values, and experiences that each candidate brings to this table. As a community health nurse, I recognize the importance of listening, communicating, exploring, and finding creative ways to access services. Having me represent you would be an asset at the municipal table. I have been actively engaged in the community for over 2 years. I am the current chair for Volunteer Terrace, and I've attended council and committee of whole meetings for many months already, and I really feel that I understand where we are and where we need to go. I would really encourage everyone to visit my Facebook page, Michael Prevost for City Council, to find more information about where I see this community going. So remember, when you are at the vote, start from the bottom of the ballot up. I'm Michael Prevost, and I'm very proud to call Terrace my home.
So tonight, we've all heard from very passionate and committed individuals who are not only asking for your support, but asking for your trust, and that's a very big deal. It isn't about our opinions, but the values and the ability to be engaged in a platform that remains focused on you. It's our responsibility to carry your concerns to the table, to listen with respect, and to work together with council members who understand it isn't about one of us, it's about all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to work for you in the coming term ahead, and for your vote on November 15th.
Thanks to everyone that's attended here tonight, especially you guys. There's been a lot of good points raised, and they're all good points. You know, you guys have a decision to make on November 15th, as well as November 12th, but it's about the future now. How do we include small and medium-sized businesses in, the discussion and with large industrial development? I also believe that we can address the infrastructure deficit here in Terrace, reform the OCP or the official community plan, and bring provincial partners to the table as we get more industrial development happening. We need to look at increasing density in housing through the approval of in-law suites, lofts, and some high-density housing in the right areas. A lot of things have been discussed tonight. You have a choice to make on November 15th. I hope that I, Alan McIntyre, am one of them. Thank you.
Hi again. I'd just like to address the issue of climate change because I have a last chance here to say something. The UN recently released a report on climate change predicting that our global oxygen level will decrease greatly by the year 2050 or before. And if we keep producing the amount of emissions that we do today, we won't have air to breathe. So what's logical here? You know, I'd actually like to install more electrical meters throughout the city to start powering electrical vehicles and start making changes through utilizing alternative energies. Please make the right choice. We can change things, and Terrace can be the lead for this. You know what to do.
I'm not going to say I'm an expert on all the social issues, because I'm not. But what I do bring to the table, I have a couple businesses in town, plus I work for another firm. I bring business, finance, and economics to the table. We are in not even the scratch of the surface of what's going to happen in our area within the next 5 to 10 years. I don't want to sit 5, 10 years from now and say, oh, we should have thought of that 5 years ago. And I don't think anyone else here does either. We have to plan ahead and plan properly. And we need everyone's input, not just everyone who's sitting at this table. And win or lose, I will still be going to city council meetings and giving my input because of the passion I have of living here. The name is Craig Lyons. Thank you.
Dawn Dunster.
In my opening remark, I started off saying Terrace first, and I still stand by that. When I came to Terrace, there was a housing shortage at that time. To deal with it, when the school board needed accommodation, they had built teacherages that were available for the teachers that were brought in. The hospital had nurses' residence that's now been converted into doctors' offices. But when they brought in nurses, there was a space for them to stay. Big companies used to build their own camp and take care of their employees that were imported for a specific major project. They're going to have that built into their cost of doing the job. Let the companies themselves provide the accommodation for the tourists coming through to work and go on. Terrace can look after the ones who are going to stay and make use of the facilities that are already here that we're planning for in the future now. Thank you.
Brian Downey.
Thank you. Thank you. You've listened to our responses and our positioning and our wishes for the future. I'd like to just emphasize a couple of areas. First of all, we talked about housing. It is a critical issue, maybe the critical issue right now. We talked about transportation. We talked about a strong economy. We talked about youth and programs and facilities for families. With the opportunities that we have coming to us, they provide the strength for us to deal with some of these issues. That's why I'm excited about our future. I believe that Terrace residents want to have a say in how Terrace develops. And they want the city to be forward-looking. I think in the past council, we've been able to do some of that, and I'm looking forward to the future. My time on council has been a great experience. I take the promotion of Terrace seriously. I think it's something that we can all, as a council, get together and do to make Terrace a better place for the long term. We have work to do. Let's get working.
James Cordero.
I'd like to start by thanking everybody for coming and those watching TV. I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank Mayor Pernerowski, who is not running again, for his service. I'd also like to thank former Councillor Davies for their service. They deserve as much credit as the rest of us for what we've managed to accomplish in the last 3 years. I'd like to thank you for your confidence that you placed in me 3 years ago. I hope that I've lived up to that. Every decision that I've made on council, I've always made with the idea of putting Terrace first. I know that this community is facing a lot of changes, and I've learned a lot during my time on council. And I think that my experience will continue to serve this community well as long as you place your trust in me again. So with that said, on November 15th, I would ask that you please consider and vote for James Cordero. Thank you.
Lynn Christensen.
So you've heard from all the people who have stepped forward, and I urge you, if you have opportunity to get to know candidates better, I believe there's no place on council for self-interest or puppets of the government or corporate representatives. Council should be a little microcosm of the community, as diverse as the community. We need young people and old people, and we need people who are deeply rooted here, and we need transplant people. One group with one mindset would not be beneficial to council. Find out about revenue sharing and how versed and committed to the topic candidates are. This is very important to the Northwest and our community. The vision that former Mayor Jack Tolster had is coming to fruition, and we need to have a council that will see it through and make the best decision for a bright and healthy, prosperous future. We don't want to drop the ball now. This has been the busiest and most successful term I've been on. And it hasn't happened, it's not just by happenstance, it has been by hard work by everyone on council and on previous councils. We want to seize those opportunities and continue to work on into the future, work for a prosperous, stable, and long-lasting future of prosperity for our community. So on November 15th, please vote for Lynn Christensen.
And Sean Buitash.
That's Sean Buitash.
Carry on.
Terrace is at a crossroad, and the next 4 years are crucial building our community forward. We need to support economic growth while being cognizant of our environment. Make sure we develop the Keith Estates mill land to ensure that we continue to build the hub and service center for the Northwest. Continue to work hard on infrastructure and make sure that the overpass is improved while securing land for a second overpass. Promote the support of local businesses as well as newcomers. Study boundary extension to determine the best direction to follow. Push to improve amenities by having shelf-ready projects. When I say shelf-ready projects, we need long-term plans. Have a plan for a civic center, have a plan for an aging pool, maybe a museum. With the growth happening in the area, we need to capitalize on government funding and grants. Speaking is not my strong point. Rolling up my sleeves and getting things done is. What I will do, if elected, is gather all the information and make educated decisions that are best for Terrace. Something great is happening in Terrace, and it's fantastic we can be part of it. It starts with a vote, your vote. I'm asking you on Saturday, November 15, to vote Sean Buitash, and let's build for the future.
Once again, thank you all for your time tonight, and thank you all for playing along with the rules. We are taking a 15-minute break. We will start promptly at 9 o'clock, and please come back for the mayoral segment.
I'm going to go get some water from the water fountain.
Okay, we're going to find our two media panelists, John Crawford and Melissa Shaw. Oh, John is not here. Okay. Great. Okay, so we are going to follow a similar format for the second part of tonight's program, but with only two people, we may look at truncating some of the sections so we can get out of here by 10:30. If we don't have as many questions coming from the floor, then that will speed up the process as well. We'll see how it goes, but we aim to be wrapped up and finished by 10:30, if not a little bit earlier. We will start with 2-minute opening statements from both of our mayoral candidates. We have Bruce Bidgood and Carol Leclerc, and in following with how we did it with the councillors, we will go by alphabetical order. So Bruce, if you'd like to come up for your 2-minute statement.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Dr. Bruce Bidgood. I'm a UNBC professor by trade. I'm proud to serve as a 2-term city councillor and chair of the regional district of Kitimat-Stikine and the incoming president of the NCLGA. You know, Terrace is really at a crossroads. We're at a crossroads in location and time. I have some ideas that I want to share with you. I want you to consider in choosing our future direction for both boom times and beyond. For our current boom and expansion period, revenue sharing. You know, the North produces 70% of the revenues for the provincial government, but guess how much we get back? 2%. I'm proud to be the leader, and this is a symbol of the Northwest Resource Benefit Alliance. It's made up of 26 local governments, which is negotiating for our fair share of the revenues derived from the North, which could be up to $3 billion. We are right in the midst of a housing crisis. We need to continue to build on the council initiatives that we've done to date to create a comprehensive housing strategy. Where will the thousands of new workers in our region live if we don't increase the quantity and the quality of our housing? But what about beyond the boom? Well, you know, Terrace's homeowners and businesses have carried this city for over 2 decades. We need to reduce the taxes that as industrial revenues become available. More money in locals' pockets will lead to more local spending, which will stimulate our economy during harder times. Lastly, we need to make Jack Tolstra's vision of the Skeena Industrial Park a reality. We've sold 1/2 of the property to business, which promises to deliver thousands of new manufacturing jobs to our area. We need to make the rest of the area investment ready. A diversified local economy is our best defense against the boom and bust cycles of resource extraction economy. I have the experience of leading a local government through tough decisions and negotiations at every level of government. I have the confidence of most of our incumbent city councillors to serve as chair.
Finish up after.
Sorry?
You have to finish now.
Okay, thank you. I'm hard of hearing. I really didn't know she was there.
I'll just speak louder next
Thank you.
time. And Carol Leclerc.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a great community in which I was born and one where I want to maintain its character during a period of transition. I believe in a strong, diversified economy, the same belief I had during my 9 years as a city councillor. A strong, diversified economy means opportunities for young people my kids grew up with returning to Terrace because there is work and it's a great place to raise children. And newer folks feel like they have found the best place to live, work, and raise their families. As a city, we have gone from a survival mode in 1997 when our forest industry took a turn for the worse and our economy never really recovered until the last few years. Although we have been resilient, the recovery is fragile. Global markets dictate the future of local forestry and manufacturing and regional LNG and mining. However, we must remain optimistic. The last couple of years have showed us what impacts a busy economy can have on Terrace. Increases in traffic, housing and rental markets tightening up, the soaring number of people using the airport, and businesses facing the challenges with finding employees. With a positive perspective and learning valuable lessons from the recent impacts, we need to do some forward-looking planning. Planning within the city will also have to consider our immediate neighbors, since they too are impacted by the growth of the economic activity. I would like to see our city develop a long-term viable plan that we can look back over the next couple of decades and be proud of. This plan must be inclusive and cognizant of all our citizens, business folks, and tomorrow's generation. Building a roadmap for a strong, diversified economy and a healthy, vibrant community is the framework needed to start the new term for mayor and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Our first segment will be media questions. Again, there will be one question per candidate. Now, we do have the rebuttal cards in effect for this. Each mayoral candidate has 5 rebuttal cards. I'm not sure how the rebuttal card works with 2 people, how effective it will be, but hopefully it'll be a controlled mechanism for good debate. So we'll give it a shot. You each have 5. Please discard them on the ground. I will also attempt to keep track. I think it'll be easier with 2 people than 12. And we will start with the media panel. Josh.
So first question for Bruce Bidgood. The City of Terrace received $133,000 from the Provincial Recycling Authority, called Multi-Material BC, for its own recycling program. Yet taxes aren't going down. Is this another example of another government bureaucracy being created?
Thank you for your question. I don't know that I fully understand it. When I look at the implementation of the MMBC program, I don't look at it as a waste or misuse of funds. I see it as a remarkably creative way of being able to fund a program at no tax increase to the residents of Terrace. When I first ran for council, I checked into a curbside recycling program. The price was $500,000 if it was going to be done by do your own part. By using the MMBC funding available and by adjusting the amount of the times of our pickup, we were able to implement not only garbage collection, but also recycling at a minimum cost to the consumer. I'll tell you, it's made a tremendous difference to me. I know some people don't like the every second week garbage collection, but you know what? I have 1/2 bag of garbage every 2 weeks, and the recycling I see diverted from our landfill makes me remarkably happy. Thank you.
This question's for Carol Leclerc. Do you believe council has a role in supporting and growing the commercial sector? And if so, what would that be?
Actually, I do believe that council has a role in growing the commercial sector, and that role is in planning and it's in business licensing. And the city has been under tremendous pressure to keep up with the growth that's been happening. And the city needs to increase staff in the planning department, and they've just recently hired somebody, which is great. But they do have that important piece to do by making sure that those services are available for the commercial sector. Thank you.
Okay, back to Bruce. It appears that all extraordinary revenue is being allocated to a housing fund, but at the same time, we are accumulating an infrastructure deficit. How will you address this?
Well, I think it would be a bit of a misnomer to suggest that all, is it on? I'm sorry. I think it's a bit of a misnomer to suggest that all of our money is being directed towards a affordable housing fund. The excess revenues or the revenues over above the assessed price on one property was designated for that particular activity. How will we address revenue? How will we address infrastructure deficit? I think through revenue sharing is one. We need to make sure the province is on board with us. We're going to invest in the LNG industry and the other industries in our area. We need to make sure that the province provides us with upfront funding so that we can take care of some of these demands on infrastructure that are increasing as a consequence of the rapid expansion of economic activity in our area. We need to get our fair share in order to be able to eradicate our infrastructure deficit. Thank you.
Rebuttal from Carol. The revenue share is a great idea. It started a long time ago with Jack Tolstra. We went down to UBCM a number of times, and we talked about it with minister after minister, Premier Campbell at the time. But what's important to remember is that the LNG is not here right now. We're hoping that it's going to come. We're looking at the Red Chris mine, almost done, but it's very important to remember that it's not here today.
And so it begins. Bruce, 1 minute.
Of course, we know the revenues have not occurred in terms of the LNG industry and other ones as well. But the fact of the matter is, we're in the revenue sharing initiative, we're not confining ourselves to just one area of industry. It's not just LNG. The rationale is this: we're experiencing increased service demands, increased infrastructure demands from a large variety of sectors. It doesn't matter to me whether it's the result of Rio Tinto Alcan's modernization, Northwest Transmission Line, mining, or anything. The demand is here, the demand is real. So I think that what we have to do is we have to continue to advocate for the province to say, hey, let's invest together to make Terrace ready. We don't want our infrastructure deficit to be the impediment that prevents one of these industries from coming to our community, because we're all going to benefit from it. Thank you.
Second question for Ms. Leclerc. Should Thornhill incorporate, or should it merge with the City of Terrace to create a larger municipality?
Carol does get to answer the question before Bruce. Carol?
Thank you for the question. It's really important that we understand, Thornhill understands, Terrace understands what incorporation would look like for Thornhill, what amalgamation would look like for Terrace. If it's going to cost the City of Terrace extensive amount of money to do the boundary extensions, amalgamation, whatever you want to call it, that needs to be looked at. We need to have really good information in front of us. We need to know going forward. And I think it's really important for Thornhill to know as well what it's going to cost them if they're going to look at incorporation. Is it better to become part of Terrace? And you won't know that until you have good information, a good study done for both Terrace and for Thornhill. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I believe that a local community has the right to choose its own form of government. I believe that the area around Thornhill is not really well served under the regional district. I mean, it's the largest unincorporated area in Canada. Its new demands in terms of infrastructure and services are going to exceed its revenue generating capacity. That aside, you see this symbol? This symbol is a sign of economic cooperation, not economic annexation. I don't think that we have the right to force another sovereign local government to accommodate to our particular will. The question I have to ask is, Thornhill, we asked them out on a date once, they said no. We asked them to marry us, they said no. What are we doing now? We're going to abduct them? I just don't understand the rationale. And the fact of the matter is, I will entertain a study of amalgamation only after they pursue their incorporation course. Thank you.
So you'll also notice that there are still people wandering the rows with paper and pencils, so feel free to write those questions. Please remember to try to address them to a single candidate, and they'll be sent up to the media panel to forward to the two candidates. Josh.
Okay, third question for Bruce. As mayor, how would you ensure the city does not get overrun by large industrial development? And how would your leadership style address this issue?
Geez, I can't believe we're even contemplating that, Terrace being overrun by industry and business. And we spend so long begging for it. I think Jack Tolster actually laid the groundwork for this a long time ago. With the vision of the industrial lands, the whole idea was to move heavy industry out of the core so that we have ample lands there. We have 1,000 acres that's going to be developed. We have another 600 or 700 or 800 acres which are still can be developed in smaller commercial and light industrial lots. I think that what I would do is I would work on the NCP to look at producing light industry and commercial in the internal core and keep heavy industry out in the outskirts of town like Jack had suggested so long ago. Thank you.
Melissa, do you have a media question?
Yeah, the third question for Ms. Leclerc. Should the City of Terrace have more powers to either stop or delay rent evictions until other adequate lower income housing is provided?
It's actually a provincial issue. Yeah, it's a provincial issue. I mean, there's very little that the city can do. We've got the Affordable Housing Fund that's been started, and hopefully that we'll be able to develop more housing, and hopefully the contractors that are out there building, we've got 190 units, I believe, that are going through. I think things are going to start balancing out. But I think that is definitely, the rent evictions is a provincial issue. Thank you.
Next question.
That's it.
That's it for the media questions.
Yeah.
So we will open up the mic to questions from the audience. Again, please keep your questions to the point and directed to one candidate. And Al Lehman, you're up.
Thank you very much. I get to speak for myself now. This question is for Dr. Bidgood. I was watching very closely as all the candidates for City Council were talking about a lot of really important issues, and yet the only one who really raised probably the defining issue of the century, which is climate change, was the youngest person there, and with good reason, because she's still going to be alive while the rest of us are gone.
Al.
Now,
and
here
your
we
question
are. Yeah, my question is, how is the city going to approach this long-term looming problem? The region has already gone up about 0.8 degrees.
Thank you. Well, I'm hoping to be alive for a little longer, so this should be relevant. I think the city has a big role in advocating for which should be the exact best practices in industry in our area. Personally, I took a very strong stand on the hospital board in the regional district in opposing the environmental certificate for Rio Tinto Alcan's modernization in terms of the SO2 emissions. I think there's a role for local government for saying, you know what, it wouldn't be acceptable in the lower mainland, it's not acceptable here. I also think that we have to, I've spoken to LNG Canada and TransCanada and said, you know what, you need to use as much renewable BC hydro in your LNG production as possible. Too much burning of gas will lead to too much greenhouse gas emissions. We got to do, again, the best practices possible. I think turning down Enbridge is another example of us being able to say no to environmental risk. We do have a role.
Thanks, Bruce. And perhaps a question that came from the audience?
Sure. We're swimming in questions here, so we're just going to pull out a couple that just caught our eye. Carol, if indeed LNG or Enbridge both help our economy, what are we to do in terms of sustaining our environment?
It's interesting that you're lumping oil and gas together. I think people forget that BC is one of the most regulated countries or areas in the world. Like, we've got stringent rules, and LNG and oil are not going to go ahead unless things are regulated through the Ministry of Environment. And what's really important is that we have a voice too, because Enbridge faced a lot of criticism, and that criticism turned into a stronger voice for us, because then LNG thought, we can't just come in and do this kind of stuff. So that, sorry, you guys. I've lost my train of thought here.
Just balancing industrial development, and your time is up anyway.
Thanks, Sarah.
You're welcome. Next question from the floor. And just introduce yourself. I can't see you in the light here.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ted Ramsey. I'm the director for Area E, which is Thornhill. There is a democratic process that starts out with me asking the question if the board would support, the regional district board would support incorporation. They unanimously voted for that. A letter was sent away to the government that indicates that we do want to start down that incorporation process. It is a long, democratic, 3-year minimum process that goes through intensive study and review. The only people that can say yes to the incorporation question is the people from Thornhill. It is and will be directed at them. They have directed me to proceed down Incorporation Road. That's where we're going. From what I hear tonight, and I'm sitting here listening, your board seems to be, the possibility of your board being kind of split on that.
Ted, I need you to ask the question.
Sorry, is very real. How would you manage that split as a mayor? How would you manage to deal with that? Incorporation, there is no amalgamation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Who do you want to ask that question to?
I'm sorry, Carol Leclerc, please.
Okay.
Thanks, Ted. I said earlier that it's really important to get good information, and that's how, when I was on council, we made our decisions. It was based on very good information. I think that the people that I've heard from Thornhill, actually, have said it feels like we are already part of Terrace, and I'm not about pushing Thornhill in any capacity into that they have to join Terrace, because I do not believe that at all. I think we need to have an inclusive discussion with the regional district and with Terrace if we want to know if that's the way that's going to happen. So when you're thinking that there's probably a split on council, I think it would be a little bit premature for councillors to make that decision without having good information in front of them. So good information, don't pre-decide. That's the way that we have to do it, and we have to do that together. Thank you.
Bruce.
Thank you. I think this is a question of leadership, and it's a question of style as a mayor. One is, I think it's foolhardy to proceed without having a clear estimation of the degree of support within your council. I know what the support of council is. I was there. Several times the issue of amalgamation was raised, and there was no appetite on council. I'm not suggesting individual council members didn't harbor their own little fantasies about it, but on council itself. So that scares me to proceed down a particular course without knowing what council wants to do. Second of all, to proceed without consulting your neighbors, to proceed without consulting the people who will be affected, I think is foolhardy. I don't think it's a good style for a mayor. I think a mayor works with this council and does not unnecessarily create adversarial relationships with their local governments. I want to cooperate with them. I don't want to engage in adversarial relations. Thank you.
Carol.
Thanks, sir. It'll be interesting to see what happens if there's new people come on to council. I think it's really important that council works together, that they have a very good understanding of what's going on. The regional district has very clearly said that they want to go on that path of incorporation, and I totally, totally respect that. If they go down that path and they find out this is probably not the best option, they've kind of boxed themselves in. It would have been great if we'd been able to consider what happens if we wanted to join Terrace. It would be not in the best interest of Terrace to be competing with our neighbors, or Thornhill competing with us. Are we going to be kind of splitting our communities? Are we going to have fragmentation because we don't have good planning? I would like to see good planning, whether we amalgamate, incorporate it next door. I think it's really important to have a good plan going forward.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Carol.
Thank you.
Rudy.
Yeah, name's Rudy Peters. This is for Carol, the clerk. I'm sitting here listening to you, and I'm trying to match it up with what I read on your website the other day. I actually did bother and read the whole thing. And what struck me is your plan for a greater Terrace expansion of its boundaries, and it includes, and I quote, must include Thornhill. It struck me as being very dictatorial. Is that the type
Rudy?
of mayorship that we can expect? Is one where we dictate what must be done?
When I talk about a greater Terrace, it's about planning, and it's about planning together. And you can't plan if you don't have somebody to plan with. It's about planning with Thornhill, it's about planning with Kitsless, it's about planning with Kitsim-Kalem. We've got these pressures coming at us, and if we don't have a general plan together, I've come in from a Rotary meeting a couple weeks ago, and it's out in Thornhill. And I'm parked or stopped way down at the Mac store, trying to get through the four-way stop. There's pressures that are going to be happening, and we cannot plan together if everybody's not at the table. And I think it would be very short-sighted just to plan with just Terrace, because it's going to affect all of us up here. And I think that Ted, who's sitting behind you, would agree that if it affects Terrace, it affects Thornhill. If it's good for Terrace, it's good for Thornhill. Like, it's just that kind of neighborly thing that we need to do together. Thank you.
Greer Kaiser.
Thank you. This question is for Bruce. Lots of talk tonight about the excitement over the industrial lands, Jack Tolstra's legacy. Is there anything in writing or any guarantees that these thousands of jobs that are going to materialize are actually going to be ones that we have people locally trained for, so that we won't have to allow the Chinese to bring in temporary foreign workers?
Wait for the applause to stop. Terrace is a remarkably risk-averse community, and we would not proceed with any sort of development unless there were all sorts of assurances all over the place. And one is, if the company, Jinwendao, does not develop their parcels of land within a particular period of time, the city of Terrace has the option to buy back that property at the same price that we sold it. So I think that that is the legacy of Jack Tolstra, is that sort of risk management. But moving beyond that, right, the regulation of workers in a site like that is actually a product of the federal and provincial government. We've had conversations with Jinwendao when they initially suggested they would like to bring over more people, and we made them quite aware of the realities of the federal legislation that would prevent them. So there will be only a minor number of Chinese executives and planners who will come here. The rest will be local residents, local workers. Thank you.
And Brenda Wesley.
My question is for Carol. Terrace is located in an earthquake zone. How would you as a leader incorporate your interview of an LNG company during their presentation that this serious concern would be addressed?
As mayor, yeah. Are we back on again? You have to remember that the city of Terrace has very good staff. We've got our emergency services. They are the experts. I'm not the expert. I would rely on the services of our fire department, the provincial emergency program, to help support that, because I am not the expert. They are. Thank you.
Burt Husband.
Questions for Mr. Bidgood? I think that a good council is made up of a group of people whose views represent the whole town. That each council member's views are different from each other and each member thinks independently. If Terrace Council is made up of individuals like this affords council the time, the inclination, to weight the issues and seek balance in their decision. What I've noticed is there's a group of 4 candidates in this election, including yourself, that seem to be campaigning together as a team. So my question is, if this team is elected, will all issues be decided before any council meeting, as these 4 council members would have the majority on every vote?
Thank you. I think that that's an interesting question. I'm excited by the fact that we have a level of cooperation amongst incumbent city councilors and new candidates who are running. I think the old school of divisive, you're either us or them approach to city council has got to end. This has been a divisive election. And I think one of the things we have to do is to see if we can't bring people back together. No, this is not a slate that will act in concerted action. It was never intended to be. But what it does symbolize is a new level of cooperation where existing city councilors can help out new city councilors. And if that represents some sort of slate or conspiracy, I say so be it. But on the other hand, I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't suggest that there is another slate or another group of people working in concert who are doing it in the back room of coffee shops and things of that nature. So you know what? To sit there and suggest this is the special clairvoyance of one group is unfair. Thank you.
Carol.
One of the first times, well, the very first time when I ran is because Jack Tallstra was mayor. Jack was even, he was fair, and that's where I learned to be a councillor, was under Jack. There was no sides, there was no lining up, ever discussing things ahead of time. It was about being independent, and it was about being respected, and that is the kind of leadership that I want to bring to the table. It's about respect, it's about having a voice for each person and its individualism. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I can't see who you are. If you introduce yourself, that'd be great.
My name is Brenda Mark. Okay, I already know where Bruce stands on the Enbridge pipeline. So this is a pretty straightforward question to Carol. I want to know where your stance is on the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline.
My stance is that the city has already made a decision, and I fully respect that decision, and I have no intention of doing anything about that decision. Thank you. The question is, or the answer is, I respect that decision, and that's where it's going to stay.
So,
do I agree with Enbridge, with the Northern Gateway program? I think everything is in context. I know that there's 209 conditions that the federal government has put on there. I see a mountain ahead for Enbridge. I see the provincial government with their 5 conditions. I see the Haisla fully opposed to that. Do I see Enbridge going ahead in the next few years? Not a hope. Thank you.
I don't believe you really come out and answered the question, though.
Carol's answered the question. You don't have to be happy with her answer, but she's answered the question. Rebuttal, okay. Bruce.
Thank you. I think this also speaks to the nature of leadership. I believe in decisive leadership. My colleague, my friend, has actually had 4 different opportunities in my time since I've known her to make an unequivocal statement about the Enbridge Northern Gateway Pipeline project. She didn't do it when we had a vote about participating in cabs. She didn't do it when we had a vote about neutrality, avoided the vote when it was at UBCM, And I think that her endorsement of Enbridge's funding of programs is a further element of support. I think that you have to answer the question. It's either yes or no. For me, it's a no. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm not going to say I have no intention of not doing this. I say no. That's it.
You saw my rebuttal? Yep. Carol?
I think it's really important to remember that the environment is number one. I am a bit concerned about, my understanding is that we've already got bitumen coming through Terrace. If you ask me if I'd rather have it going through a pipeline or going through a rail car, I'd have to say I'd much rather have it going through a pipeline, because my understanding is that is 35 times safer than it coming through rail car, and I certainly wouldn't want to see it on trucks. I'm a bit, like I said, a bit concerned about it coming through. I've only recently found that out. I don't know if the Terrace City Council has done anything about that. So you have to put that in context. Rail car, pipeline, I'd go with the pipeline before I'd go with the rail car.
And maybe a prepared question, media panel?
This question is for Mr. Bidgood. In light of Burnaby's recent legal battle, how will council ensure that local public interests are respected and have teeth?
I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing. I'm not sure that I heard your entire question.
The question was, in light of Burnaby's recent legal battle, how will your council ensure that local public interests are respected and have teeth?
Burnaby's legal... Burnaby's, okay.
You're talking about the Kinder Morgan pipeline?
That's what it's in reference to, yes.
Well, I think that municipalities can make their positions clear. The one thing that we have is we have access to the opinions of the people who we represent. We also have access to the media. We can also raise our concerns with the provincial government. It's in extreme cases that a municipality or a local government should take upon itself to pursue legal action against a particular industry. I would only see that in extreme cases. I, however, think that there can be a role for local governments in standing up to policies you don't agree with. And I think that the hospital board and the regional district's opposition of the Rio Tinto Alcan's SO2 emissions is an example. Should we carry it to legal means or to legal ends? I'm not sure, but we certainly can testify in public hearings and make our opinions known to the Ministry of Environment. Thank you.
Kelsey Weeb.
Hi. Thanks, Sarah. This question is for Bruce. What, for you, Bruce, are priorities for civic spending? It's a two-part question, sorry. How would you fit cultural spending into an already stretched budget?
Cultural spending? Well, you know, Terrace is in a bit of a pinch. We're experiencing demand for our infrastructure, demand for our services, and of course, our citizens also want a cultural component. They also want the arts and things of that nature. I would ask for people to be patient. I would ask for people to have faith that we're in negotiations with province to get our fair share from revenue sharing, that we will invest in the industries in our area and that will pay us dividends, and that as a consequence for that, we will have more funding than we have ever had before to pursue those sort of cultural and civic ends. It's not that we don't embrace having a museum. It's not that we don't embrace the arts. But the fact of the matter is we're concentrating all our effort now in trying to produce revenues that will allow us to pay for those particular utilities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh?
Carol, this one is about a conference center and the possibility of there being one. Are you in favor of a conference center? And if you are in favor, what can the city do to encourage one being built?
I was in favor of a conference center when I was on council the last time. We were in some of our most challenging times, the boom, the bust, and things just were very, very negative. And one of the things we wanted to do on council was to increase tourism and conventions and having people come here because they're bringing in outside dollars. What I would do is I know that there are organizations looking at coming to Terrace. There's possibilities of hotels coming in, and it's like, is there a way to work with this organization to say, can we partner up and have a convention center as part of your facility? So I think it's easier to do things in partnerships than it is to do it alone. Things are getting stronger with Terrace and its economy. If we weren't able to do a partnership, maybe long-term we'd be able to do that. But I think that a convention center is always a fallback when our economy is still fragile. Thank you.
And another question?
This question is for Mr. Bitgood. So what are you going to do to promote business in Terrace?
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What are you going to do to promote business in Terrace?
Well, I think we've done a number of things already. I think this council has been noteworthy in terms of the amount of effort that we have put forward to promote business in our community. All the things from being very permissive zoning changes to allow businesses to develop new businesses to come, to explore new lands. The development of the airport lands is an example of our pro-business attitude. And I think that one of the things that to me is, I don't know whether you heard the self-labeled socialist candidate say, I want to reduce taxes for business, right? I want businesses to have more money in their own pockets so that they can expand, so they can do the things that they've been telling us they've been wanting to do for years. Industry will start to pay a higher proportion of our overall revenues. That will give a break to business. And that, along with pro-development, pro-investment policy, will bring new businesses here as well. I can't think of a more pro-business council than the one we have to date. Thank you.
And it looks like we have a question from the floor, maybe?
Hello, my name is Barry English, and the last couple of questions are a good segue to what I want to talk about.
You have a question, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's been a lot of talk about that pile of rubble that we're starting to call the Keith Estate. I commend the city, the present city council, on the fact that they've started a process to plan that. And I commend the planners on doing a pretty good job of coming up with what looks to me like a pretty decent plan. They didn't get a lot of attaboys at the meeting they had last night to present it. My question for Bruce is, how soon can the new city council actually start implementing a new plan there? How soon can you get the infrastructure going so that whatever is developed there can start being developed?
Good question. How about today? How about the first step in doing that was filing the NCP? So before the land could be sold to somebody for heavy industrial use or that thing, we filed the NCP so that we could have a claim on a revised use for these particular properties. We are limited to some degree because guess what? The property doesn't belong to us. It will still be dictated by the owners and by the marketplace about what will happen there. But we can do things to make it more to have a greater appetite for the people who are there. For example, if we're willing to, the city's willing to provide sort of development services, water, sewer, to a revised concept in that area, if we're willing to put in the roads and things of that nature, that's going to make light industry and commercial operations much more amenable to investing in that particular area. That's what I think we can do. I think we can sit there and show a vision, and we can, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink, but you know you can make the water taste pretty darn good.
Do you have any other questions that came from the floor?
Yeah, there are plenty of great questions.
Great, let's
Hard to
just roll
decide.
right through them.
Okay, Carol, your involvement in trades education is known, but how are you going to increase diversity in education beyond trades?
Oh, we're already doing that. I work at the school district, and I'm a district trades career coordinator, and of course, 20% of our kids go off to university, and we've got this economic stuff happening here in the Northwest, and we want trades to be, people to have the jobs here. So trades is definitely being pushed. But if you look around, healthcare is a huge issue, and that's something that we've been talking about with the administrator from Mills Memorial Hospital. Can we do an introduction to healthcare? At the school district, we have issues with information technology. We are unable to get IT people to come to Terrace. Can we start growing those people locally? So it's not just trades, it's definitely about healthcare, it's about other needs that need to be happening here as well. Human resources, management, engineering, I've been talking to people, can we do engineering camps? So there's lots of opportunities. Thank you.
The next question for Mr. Bidgood. How can we accommodate expansion of the Skeena Industrial Park in light of the recent Kitimat airshed study?
Well, one of the things we can do right off the bat is we can insist that Rio Tinto Alcan puts in the scrubbers they should put in so that we save 15 tons a day of SO2 emissions. That will open up more space. I know it's a weird concept talking about an emissions bathtub or emissions space, but if they end up hitting a certain quotient in terms of their emission, that means less available into our industrial park. So when I'm saying that we need to stand up for the best practices, I'm not just doing that for the people at Kitimat, I'm talking about here as well, right? We need to make sure that the air shed is available and as clean as possible, and when we're looking at approving industries at the development application stage, we approve industries that are high-tech, low emission. I would love it if one of those was doing something with decadent wood. Thank you.
Carol, not one candidate tonight has spoken regarding a need for a balanced fiscal budget. If you become mayor, is it your intention to balance our budget and look to pay down debt, or continue to rob Peter to pay Paul?
I'm lost. It's a balanced budget.
It's a legal requirement to have a balanced budget. You can't be not having a balanced budget. What you can do is you can go and borrow. And the city has been very good about fiscally watching its money. We have opportunity through the Skeena Industrial Development Park where there's going to be a lot more revenue coming in. I don't think people realize that Chances actually puts quite a bit of money into Terrace. When I was on council, it was about $400,000 a year, and that's about $600,000 a year. There's very good opportunities to take that extra revenue and put it where it needs to go. I'm just thinking about Kelsey and the culture question. Like it doesn't take a lot of money to put into culture because there's been such a few dollars put in there over the years that there's opportunities to do that. I'm going to run out of time. That's it.
Next question for Mr. Bidgood. How are you supporting local food production and community household food security in Terrace?
That's a really good question. I know that we have a local agricultural plan that was created a few years ago, which reviewed a whole series of different strategies that we could look here to promote food production, livestock raising, and things of that nature. I'm looking over at Rudy Peters and even having his little bee farm as well, as we pass policies to allow chickens in backyards, bees in Rudy's backyard, things of that nature. I think we're exploring a whole array of innovative strategies in order to explore local food production. I think we have a lot more work to do there. I mean, Terrace used to be an agricultural area that produced lots of things, but you know, our land is also under a tremendous demand at the same sort of time. So it's coming up with innovative and creative ways of balancing off local agriculture, local food production, and at the same time as also having our demand for industry and housing. Thank you.
Okay, this next one pulling out for Carol. When on council, people believed you would vote against the slot machines, but upon the vote, you changed your opinion. How can we trust you as mayor? Will you support the majority of Terrace sites instead of big business?
Actually, I didn't change my vote. There was 2 issues that were being voted on, and one was on a bylaw, and the bylaw was to remove the barriers for having casinos. That's not quite the right word that I'm looking for, but that's the intent of it. And the majority of council voted in favor of allowing casinos. The next question was, could Chances have that development permit to go there? And they've got the right to do that. The bylaw had just been changed a few minutes before that. So I didn't have any particular argument because the bylaw was already there. And so I went with that. Sorry, you guys. I supported the Chances because it fit within the bylaws, really what I want to say. Thank you.
Next question for Mr. Bidgood. You state
Boy, I wish we could switch speakers. Go ahead.
You state that you want infrastructure planning in place for coming development. Why has the current council not accomplished anything in transportation planning for the last 8 years, even when urged to by business and residents?
I have a different interpretation. I think that council has accomplished as much as possible given the limited constraints of its budget and the fact that many of the factors influencing transportation involve things at the federal level or the provincial level. An example of this is I think that we have discussed at length the Sandy overpass, the need for a second overpass. We haven't come to a conclusion, but I mean, at least looking at a reconceptualized Sandy overpass, I think is a step in that right direction. I look at the Frank Street crossing. The province was going to close that down, and we said, hey, no, wait. We came up with an innovative solution to move trucks around that particular location and then got CN to come to the table to help resolve that. We will not, on our own, be able to resolve the transportation problems that face Terrace, but we have been very creative and very hardworking in advocating solutions in partnership with the province and with the feds and with our very reluctant railroad, CN. Thank you.
We have a question from the floor. And just introduce yourself for us.
Hi, my name is Christy Brown. This is a question for Dr. Bedgood. I've noticed you've been a strong voice in advocating for environment locally, and also you're involved in healthcare. Do you see a connection between protecting our environment and a healthy lifestyle in the north, and how? I've also seen you on YouTube fishing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to give you a secret. People thought I came here for a job. I came here for the fishing. You know, my motivation, it was never for looking at factories or things of that nature, but I'll leave that aside. There is obviously a connection between the two, and it was made really clear to me when we had the medical officer of health at our hospital board, and I said to him, I said, how, you know, the amount of SO2 emissions that are going to be increasing here, will it have a detrimental effect on health? Yes, it will. How many more asthma attacks will it create? It will create thousands. Do people die as a consequence of asthma attacks? Yes. So there is a probability that somebody will die as a consequence of increasing emissions. You know what? The solution that has been proposed is people like myself with respiratory problems stay inside. I didn't come here in order to stay inside. I came here to fish, to breathe, and I think we need to do what we can do to keep emissions and the best practices of industry here so that we can all enjoy the best of health in the best environment. Thank you.
Is that you, Tyson? Hall. It's your turn.
Yes, it is. And sorry, I'm a bit under the weather, but my question's for Dr. Bidgood, if you don't mind taking a second back to back. I've just been watching the newspaper and local city council discuss the former sawmill properties at length and going into even some community planning, which I do believe is great for the city. It is an eyesore, but I am wondering if current council is taking into consideration that the environmental assessment on that property is moving forward very quickly. It's my understanding it's privately owned, and the city is still sitting on $1 million co-op. As you guys noted, somebody said today, an albatross.
What's your question, Tyson?
My question is the city putting focus on the Keith Avenue property, or are we going to move forward with the co-op property in due course and try and get it sold? thank you very much for running, both of you.
Thank you. The Keith Avenue property, I'm not completely cognizant of the environmental assessment on that process. That is a private piece of property. And what's being done there to make that marketable is not something to which I would be immediately privy. But I'm happy to hear that, because that will support a development in that particular area. The co-op, I would never have bought it, quite honestly. Buying a property that you know is contaminated without a timeline for remediation, to me, is absolute folly. We inherited more than an albatross. It's an anchor around our neck. We're doing everything we can do to sever off the most contaminated areas so that we can move forward with the other development of the other properties and retain a small portion for civic use for the City of Terrace. The pace of development is dictated by the environmental review process and the environmental assessment process. If we could speed it up, we would. We're doing everything we can, however, to get that property off the ledger so it comes back onto the books, producing taxes for the city and for the residents of Terrace. Thank you.
So Josh, can I just get you to pose questions to Bruce instead of Melissa? Just, I think your range is easier to hear.
What a good moderator.
Hey, that's my
Thank
job.
I'm sure she gets...
Nothing personal. I'm just having a hard time hearing.
Okay, well, I'll just grab this question then. And Bruce, can you elaborate on how much the city has spent on the Resource Alliance and how much revenue you have shared?
Interesting question. To date, the City of Terrace put up, I believe, $75,000 towards the Resource Benefit Alliance, and the Regional District matched that to the tune of approximately $75,000. So to date, we have $150,000 invested. Now, is that a lot? Not in my estimation. When you stop and think, we have hired the very best of attorneys, the very best economists to be working on our particular site. So I think we're getting good economy for our investment. Have we dispersed revenues? No, of course not. There haven't been revenues yet to disperse. But you know what we did do is we drafted a memorandum of understanding that says this: any municipality that comes in, or any local government or electoral area that comes in that is willing to spend money gets the first money back when revenues are developed. So what we've done is guarantee that Terrace will be paid back first and foremost before we get any sort of additional revenues. I think that that's a pretty good guarantee, while allowing smaller electoral areas to also participate who don't have the revenues to participate.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you.
For Ms. Leclerc, what is the city's role in providing an aesthetic downtown core with an emphasis on active transportation?
Oh, it's a huge role. The Terrace Beautification Society has done an amazing job. We have a need for a lot more sidewalks, bike paths, because those are the things that make our community livable, and that is something that I would like to see. That keeps coming up to me quite often, is we need more sidewalks. So the beautification, we get to enjoy that when we're walking, and I think that that's something that the city needs to put a little bit more money into. People boast about our beauty, and yeah, we need to protect that, and we need to grow that. Thank you.
So I think we've got time. We'll save for 2 more questions per candidate, if there's that many left, and then we'll move to the closing statement. So this is your last call for an in-person, real live question at the mic as well.
Okay, Bruce, with regards to the current council, you state that you want infrastructure planning in place for coming development, but why has the current council not accomplished anything on transportation planning for the last 8 years?
We need a new one.
I think I already won that one.
Okay.
Transportation's a bit of a theme tonight, it seems.
Yeah.
I could try it again.
Sorry, I grabbed the wrong one there. We are surrounded by billions of dollars of proposed large industrial projects, but none of them are actually in Terrace. What can the city do to ensure that Terrace will benefit from the boom happening around us?
Yeah. I think this is a huge issue, and I suggest that we're in the same situation fundamentally that Dawson Creek was, where Dawson Creek was providing all the service and infrastructure and was surrounded all around it by oil and gas industry. Now we have Terrace, a crossroads here, with developments to the east, north, south, and west, but not necessarily in our tax assessment area. What we do in that circumstance is we make an appeal for revenue sharing, a grant in lieu of taxes or some form of sales tax or some form of royalties, so that we can get, because we will not be allowed to tax those things, we should get the revenues to pay for the services and infrastructure that's being used to support that industry. I think that that is the fundamental tenet of revenue sharing, and I think that that's exactly the way we should go. And I estimate that we will get somewhere between $200 million and $1 billion by pursuing this particular avenue. Thank you.
We've got a question from the floor. Brenda.
My question is for Bruce. Tourism, fishing, produce, and seafood are long-term sustainable. They provide long-term sustainability to our economy. What will you do as a leader to protect these from environmental damage given to all of us by big industry?
Well, you know that I would not do anything to endanger the salmon fishery, the steelhead fishery here. I mean, it's sacred to me. It's how I spend my entire summer, is out standing in the river, enjoying it. How will I protect it? I think, again, is by insisting that all industry that comes here uses the absolute highest level of industrial standards in terms of emissions and in terms of limiting their footprint. And I think in addition to that is we can have choice. Believe it or not, we can say no to some industries. Some industries that will endanger our environment too much and provide us with little dividends. To me, that's the Enbridge Northern Gateway project. Thank you.
For Ms. Leclerc, our community is experiencing the stress of growth with not a lot of provincial or federal transfer funds for programs, industrial developments that they are supporting. How will you go about acquiring more and fair dollars?
I think it's really important that as a municipality that we lobby the provincial government, because that's who we do most of our dealings with, and let them know what the issues are and why we need the funding. The city, because there hasn't been lots of money, has been doing an outstanding job of going after grants. That's how we get our Spirit Square. That's how we've been advancing trails and stuff. So I think it's really important to ensure that people understand what our issues are, and that, sorry. I think it's just really, really good communication with the provincial government about going after grant money and going after issues like our transportation. We need help with our Sandy overpass, and they have come up to the plate because we've had that communication with them. We've talked about the hospital. The hospital's on the way, and that's because we make sure that our concerns are known.
Thanks. Carol.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's tough being up here, guys.
Yeah, it is.
What's your next question, Josh?
Working inside the framework of the regional district, how do you see yourself with regards to industrial growth versus the public good?
That's for you, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the question is. Working within the regional district, we attempt to promote development, and you can see that we're trying to create some changes in bylaws. We have some Crown land applications for work camps, things of that nature. We're trying to promote development not just within the city of Terrace or the municipalities, but in the electoral areas as well, because you know what? We're going to rely on our electoral areas, like electoral area E, to serve a whole bunch of purposes for our community as well. There won't be sufficient housing in Terrace. So I think we cooperate together. I think I work very well with Ted, and we have joint initiatives that promote the development in both in Thornhill and here. It's kind of a strange question because the regional district usually doesn't promote economic development for the electoral areas, right? It's usually, there's an ECDEV committee that pursues that separately, and the city of Terrace isn't actually part of that particular committee. So I'm a little limited in my ability to be able to respond to that. Thank you.
Melissa.
For Ms. Leclerc, how do you think that Terrace can avoid facing similar situations like Fort McMurray?
Planning. We've learned lessons from Fort McMurray. We've learned lessons from Fort St. John. KTIDS did a study on that, and they've laid everything out. And there is an opportunity for us to learn lessons from other people, and that's why we need to have a growth plan. We need to have a plan that's developed by all of us. It's important that we look at our roads, our water, our sewer, our schooling, things that are even outside of the municipality, but it needs to be done by lessons learned and by planning.
We're doing another here? We're down to...
I think that was the 2 each,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So unless there's any last question from the audience, I'm going to invite Carol to come up and...
Use my last rebuttal card.
Well,
Use them?
you had
wanna
your
use them or
chance.
You want to give them in?
If you each have a closing remark, you each have one rebuttal card left. So
Yeah, I'd like
that
to
buys you an extra minute.
Thank you.
Give her.
Give her? I'll give her. I'll tell you, I want to go off the board for 50, Bob, and I want to talk about an issue that really wasn't discussed tonight, and it's one that my friend Carol has raised, and it's about her having a sort of special clairvoyance or a special ability to be able to get things done with the province because she kind of has friends in high places. And I kind of felt hurt by that because, you know, first of all, you know, I was told that friends and politics shouldn't mix, but I'll let that go. I also am well known to the government. I'm known to the premier. I'm known to the ministers there. One of the differences is, when I go in to meet with them in the boardroom, I'm not interested in socializing. I'm not interested in a photo op. When I go in there, I'm all business when I negotiate for Terrace and when I negotiate with industry. And I think that that has to be clear. This is not an issue about having one kind of candidate or one party of candidate or another party of candidate. We both equally have our connections with the provincial government, which would serve well the city of Terrace. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you were going to use your rebuttal card, Carol.
That is a, yes, I am.
Give her.
Having run for the BC Liberals opened up a lot of doors for me. I know a lot of the people personally in the government right now, and I think that that is not a bad thing to have. Being born here, being raised here, being part of a Rotary Club, being on a number of committees over the years, I've got very strong networks. I've got good connections, and I like to bring people together. And I think that if you've got the cards in your hand, you play them. If it's good for Terrace, use those connections. Thank you.
And a minute and a half each for the closing remarks. Carol.
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. It was a pretty rainy day, a miserable day, and for the people who are at home watching and those of you live streaming, thank you so much. And a special thank you to the volunteers, to the Rotary Club, to the Toastmasters, to the media, to Sarah. Thank you guys, and anybody else that I forgot. Leadership is about bringing people together. It's about listening generously and sincerely to their voices, understanding their concerns, and making informed, reflective decisions. Leadership is about growing and strengthening partnerships for the betterment of Terrace. Leadership is about knowing that you won't be able to agree with everyone, but being strong enough to re-engage these people in processes in the city as the city moves forward. None of us is as smart as all of us. Leadership is strategically thinking long-term about what is in the best interest of Terrace. Leadership is about shoulder tapping and asking people to be involved. Leadership is about commitment and what we can create together. Leadership is about recognizing when you're on the wrong path and changing course. Leadership is about being terrace-centered and citizen-centered. Leadership is about being collaborative, respectful, and accountable. If this is the kind of leadership you want for Terrace, please vote Carol Leclerc. Thank you.
And Bruce.
Finally, I get the last word. I want to thank our sponsors as well, the REM Lee staff, Sarah as the moderator, and all those people who put themselves forward for public service tonight. You know, Terrace is truly blessed. We live in the most beautiful place on the earth. We have great First Nations neighbors and friends. We're surrounded by rich resources, not the least of which is our people. We have a council which has delivered so many accomplishments in the last 3 years, some of them including the Skeena Industrial Development Park, curbside recycling, affordable housing, the Northwest Resource Benefit Alliance, the OCP and NCP development. We have record land sales, record housing and business starts, and environmental stewardship. There are some who say that we're just lucky recipients of time and geography. I respond to them with my favorite quote: "Chance favors only the prepared mind." Good luck happens to those who work hard to get ready for it. I won't rest until Northwest BC gets our fair share of the money derived from our area, and I will work hard to see that Terrace is well prepared to take advantage of our strategic time and location to ensure a prosperous, sustainable, and welcoming community. One way Terrace truly is lucky is in having two very good mayoral candidates in this election. There is no bad choices here. However, there is only one good bid on the ballot. I can't pass up a good pun. Thank you.
So I want to say thank you tonight, especially to Garnet and Nancy from the REM Lee Theatre, who made sure that they kept up to speed with our candidates, with the microphones, and all of the work that they did. Thanks to all of the partners tonight. And just a little note, if you want to hear more from the candidates next week, Northwest Watch is hosting an all-candidates forum on the environment and social justice. It's next Wednesday at Knox United Church at 7:30, and you are welcome to go. And please, everybody, you are the converted. Please go bring a friend who wouldn't normally vote and get them to the ballot box with you on the 15th. Have a great night.